Okay, I'll
Ms.
let
Lindsay, we have
This will be
decided,
on Wyoming TV, public TV, you know that, right?
Yeah.
there you go.
YouTube stars.
We have decided to flip flop that agenda just to accommodate your schedule a little bit better. I hope that works and we're glad to do that. So we'll wait until your colleague gets back and
Oh, that's okay. I can, you guys could go ahead, Mr. Chair, and are you gonna have me do public comment or are you gonna do the policy first?
we will consider policy and presentation up front and then take up any
Okay.
comments you have and thoughts and
Okay.
progress from there. So
Perfect. Thank you.
okay, good
Thank you,
deal.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's call the meeting to order for the Capital Interpretive Exhibits and Wayfinding Subcommittee. Welcome, everyone. It's good to have our colleagues back. It's always good to get together and what a great trip this has been, and we look forward to pushing forward and doing good work today. We are going to change the agenda just a little bit. We're going to rotate up from this afternoon the consideration on the development of Capitol Square artwork and exhibit curation. Some considerations have come our way, and we've been asked by the State Building Commission to come forward with a recommendation or two. We've had some of our good folks working on this, and Kevin, would you like to catch us up? You were part of that group that has been looking into and doing some research across the country a little bit as to what we might want to try to present to the SBC as a consideration. So you mind taking it away?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. So you guys saw before the meeting and overshared here are some of the background on this, including 4 policies that are currently in existence that deal with artwork in the Capitol building. And well, 3 about the Capitol building, 1 is the State Museum's collection policy, which I was asked to include. The State Museum currently holds almost all of the artwork in the Capitol in its collection, as well as most of the public art. The 1% for art across the state is placed in the museum's collection for long-term care. So we do not really think there needs to be a separate collecting policy for the Capitol building. The museum can continue to serve that role, to move through the established processes which are included in this document. And artwork could be, as we currently do, it's loaned out on long-term loans to the Capitol building. Were the museum to take a more substantial role in managing exhibits here, that even loan step might go away and just designate, these pieces as a location here in the Capitol. In addition to that, there's 2 artwork programs currently in existence that the museum manages for art in offices, and which many of the elected officials participate in. There's the legislative artwork donation program, which is just exclusively for the legislative branch. And then the Capital Art program, which is both the legislative and executive branch work, is placed into those collections, primarily through the Governor's Capital Art exhibition, although other work is included. And then it is loaned out to elected officials for display in their public offices. And so both of those, and in particular, the legislative artwork donation program has pretty solid criteria, I think, for the types of art that are appropriate in the Capitol building, and I think we can lean on that. And then finally, there is the Capitol Art Memorial Interpretive Exhibits Display and Historic Significance Management Policy. And this one basically is to set up an advisory committee to consider requests for displays in the Capitol that then makes recommendations and also establishes the guidelines and the criteria for what would be appropriated in space. In addition to that, I included administrative rules and standards from the Oklahoma Capitol. They've done a really good job in developing these with really well thought out requirements and rules for how things are displayed, what types of works are accepted, what media, what size. It's really well put together. So that's just a helpful reference point for what another state capital is doing. So based on all of this kind of background material, there were a few recommendations that we thought could be considered for how this subcommittee and whatever future group makes decisions, thinks about artwork and exhibits in the Capitol. So again, like I said, given that the museum currently does manage a lot of that, we think that there's not a need for a specific collection for the Capitol. The museum can hold that collection and just manage it in this space as we currently do. And based on that, it's also recommended that the Capitol does not accept any artwork, memorial, or artifact for permanent display unless it's specifically commissioned for a location in the building. So an example would be the Four Sisters, which obviously were commissioned specifically for that niches. If there were to be artwork commissioned for the chambers, for instance, for the lower level of the chamber floor, people kind of live there permanently. But other than that, anything would go to the museum's collection and then be loaned out for whatever the advisory committee determines is the appropriate amount of time for display. So whether it's memorial, whether it's artwork that might rotate on a more frequent basis, artwork in the public meeting rooms, for instance, may rotate on a more frequent basis. All that could be managed through the museum. The other considerations there is through the work of the subcommittee, kind of established areas and plans for most of the other parts of the Capitol building. So the recommendations we'd already approved were not to affix anything permanently to the walls on the first through third floor of the Capitol building, which DI has accommodated that with all the freestanding interpretive material. And in the garden level and this extension, there's currently plans for all of the spaces, all the wall space in there, whether it's interpretive exhibits on the garden level, the composites on the south end of the extension, and then the art exhibit or Capitol gallery on this north end of the extension. So they're kind of all the spaces through this planning process has already been kind of planned out for what will go there in the long term. So the Capitol Advisory Committee would be looking at maybe some public meeting room spaces, art in some of the longer term on the chamber floors, as well as memorial displays that might be up temporarily and some of the grounds. So I think one of the things we thought might be helpful moving forward is to work from all of these recommendations, to work from these policies that are in place, to pull out the things that are most relevant that, none of these are particularly recent. They're all a few years old, so maybe they need to be updated a little bit. And a couple of these policies could probably merge together to make one policy that manages both the legislative artwork and the executive branch artwork and artwork in the rest of the building. But basically a recommendation to move forward based on these to draft that new policy, pulling out the relevant pieces from all the current existing ones to make that recommendation.
A question on merging the executive and the legislative artwork together. Does that mean that actually the office buildings in Herschler would have a legislative stamp of approval and everything that went up in the offices of the Herschler buildings?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer knows it would just be kind of a little bit of a streamlining of the process. So currently, everything in the legislative artwork donation program, to be accepted into that, it has to be approved by a subcommittee of legislators. To be accepted into the Capitol artwork program, it's got to be approved by the museum. This would, if we were to move to combine those, there would be a combined body, something similar to what's described as this advisory committee that includes representatives from both the legislative and the executive branch to make decisions about what would be accepted. When it comes to display in those spaces, it will continue to operate as we're talking about temporary rotating art, as the Capitol artwork program currently does, where offices are sent, a selection of what's available. They make their selection, the state museum comes and helps install it. And
I just want to
Go
make
ahead,
sure that
Peter.
streamlining doesn't basically means that it's more complicated and you have to have two groups approve something rather than one group approving something in their designated areas. And that the top 5 elected officials have, I guess, the authority to put what they can get through the rotating art things or what they want to hang on their walls, and you don't have either the executive branch or the legislative branch telling what can be hung on, the Herschler building walls.
Yeah, I think that's a good caution.
Yeah,
Kevin, and
Yeah,
I'm
so
sure.
it's the devil's in the details.
Yes.
I mean, I'm all fine for the streamlining and stuff where it makes sense. But then make sure that, that we're not stepping on the legislators' toes and they're not stepping on our toes and nobody's stepping on the top 5 elected officials' toes.
I appreciate the comment and also just, as a little bit of background as well, the Legislative Artwork Donation Committee has not really met very recently because there's not been any donations offered to
Right.
that group. And so this, in some ways, it's a little bit of a relic, and I think you can see it, it's the piece here that is the oldest in terms of when it was updated. And the reason is that it met initially and we did some work through that program, but after a while, there were just no more donations being made. And so in some ways, there's an opportunity to just fold that in to a new program, but it would not necessarily affect the executive branch as much
But
because they would continue to operate.
legislators have to go to meetings that they're not going to now.
What's
They
that?
got enough meetings. So.
So Kevin, just to back up a moment, just to remind our subcommittee, we had asked some of our executive staff and the staff from the LSO to get together and begin a process of putting something in front of our subcommittee. Great
Yeah.
job thus far. I want to make sure you get an opportunity to finish up your comments,
Yeah, absolutely.
Kevin. So please proceed, and then we'll take up any conversation or
You
question.
don't
that-
need to go
that-
to more meetings that you don't
Thank you,
necessarily.
Mr. Chairman. So additional recommendations, as I said, working from these existing policies to draft something that incorporates the best pieces of all of these and the most relevant to the current situation. Another thing that has come up through this, and I know this conversation has happened a little bit in our meetings in the past, but most other state capitals, as we've been talking to them, they have a capital curator position to help manage these changes in artwork, to help manage potential donations, with this plan to have rotating exhibits on the north end of the extension. That also requires staff. With all of the new DI exhibits that were maintenance, we've talked a lot about a desire to have things that can be updated. So for instance, in the student learning center or the visitor center rather, the potential to update some of the interactives to reflect the issues that are currently being debated. And all of that requires a little bit of background, a little bit of staff, someone who's going to do that work to make those changes. And so one of the recommendations that came out of this was to establish a capital curator position to help manage all of these new arts and exhibits within the Capitol building. And then the final thing is we know that there's a timely decision that needs to be made on the plaque commemorating the 250th. And so one of the thoughts, the recommendations that we have, given all of the plans currently in place for spaces in the Capitol, is if it would be possible to place that on the North Barrett lawn, where we currently have 2 memorials right now. And this was kind of inspired a little bit, Treasurer, by your idea of a ring of honor. And we thought if we could do outside, it might be a path of honor, where you could have memorials to, to veterans, memorials to law enforcement, that people could walk through a really nice, eventually well landscaped path, and have a really contemplative moment to enjoy that. And we think this achieves a couple things. We know there are other events, other groups that are going to be worth commemorating in the Capitol complex, and this kind of creates a space specifically to do that type of work. And it also helps create a visitor experience that encompasses the whole Capitol complex. So I know we've talked a lot in this subcommittee already about the desire to drive people to the Judicial Learning Center, the desire to drive people to the State Museum. And so this becomes part of that fuller visitor experience, not just within the building, but all throughout that Capitol complex. And we think on the North Bear Ground is the appropriate place right now, given that it's already been designated for a couple memorials. Some of you may be aware, but should the new State Museum project move forward, there's already some landscaped areas that are planned in that concept where this could ultimately move forward with a new State Museum. So I think it makes the most sense for that to be tied to the museum. It is a really history oriented, and we are kind of the history oriented institution in the Capitol complex. So those were kind of the three main things I think that came from looking at the background, looking at the research, looking at how other states are handling these types of things.
Just a quick comment, and we'll go to the questions or other thoughts from the members of the subcommittee. It strikes me that in our work the last 4 or 5 years, we've been trying to figure out how to tie the complex together. And what you just suggested, Kevin, I've been thinking about the treasurer's suggestion ever since he made it. I think it's could be the centerpiece of really tying things together here. And so appreciated your comments. Thanks for your work. And I appreciate those who served with Kevin to kind of get us started on this front. Questions, anyone with regard to Kevin's comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Treasurer.
Just the old governor's mansion. Is that part of the museum structure or the state, or how is that?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, that is part of the state parks and historic, or it's the historic sites on the state parks and historic sites. So it is part of the State Parks and Cultural Resources Agency, but it's not on the museum side, it's on the state park side.
Yeah, I was thinking about how to tie this complex into that, and you could get with the city and look at maybe putting kind of like the Chinese theater out there or whatever, it's something in the sidewalks on the way to there and from there of the governors that lived in that historic mansion. And then they could walk from here if they wanted a trip down to the historic mansion. You know, you could have a pathway of basically those inserts in the sidewalks down to it. So that's not to do with this, but just as I was thinking about it, that was another way that I think to tie things together.
I think that's, yeah, I mean, I think that's a cool idea. And we know that already for our school visitors, often the historic governor's mansion is a part of their Capitol complex experience because they are visiting the Capitol, museum, Judicial Learning Center, and often that historic governor's mansion. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to continue to tie that into the
And the teachers would get their steps in for the day.
That's right.
And they wouldn't get lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff, Treasurer Meyer. Appreciate it. Questions or comments? Go ahead, Representative Nicholas. This is
So,
Ian this morning.
It has always been the concept when the Capitol was redone, so for the past 10+ years, to develop a Capitol complex schematic for any, for artwork, for exhibits, wayfinding, all of those components. And so that anytime, any type of a exhibit or monument or memorial is offered or suggested, that it goes through a process, and that where it lands, it will be a designated procedure and a location that fits in the long-term best interest of the Capitol. The problem we have with this particular memorial is we're trying to put the cart in front of the horse, find a location for it because of the strong advocacy of the Daughters of the American Revolution, without doing our full comprehensive plan of where things are going to go. We created, enlarged the north side of the Barrett building for the same reason. So this is one of amongst the multiple requests in the past 10 years. One or two survive, and then some things got moved over there because they were in too close proximity to the capital. So partly what we have to do is envision a long-term plan of the overall capital complex. For example, if there ends up being either an office building or a park, or something where the current east parking lot is adjacent to the hospital, which has been one of the long-term ideas. It does the north corner of the Barrett property lend itself then to the memorial concept and to the walking part of it. And there's, in some ways, a memorial would fit better on the south side because it's more trees, less traffic, it has more memorial-esque concept. That whole process, I think it has to be studied. It has to be essentially some entity has to put together that plan before we simply place one because of the emotional requirement to have to respond to a request like the Daughters of the American Revolution and a time frame that they put onto it that doesn't really meet our timeframes. So all of these things that we have to sit down and decide process and policy. And when I read through some of the documents that already exist, some of them are pretty interesting. I mean, I've got quite a few comments and suggestions on them that I put together last night, just reading through them. But already, and obviously the one that was put together by Max and Millward and Sarah Needles puts all the power into their hands and then into the slip board. But that's part of the problem we had one already, and that is that it becomes a political decision of the day rather than a long thought, a constructive overall development plan and process, so that 100 years from now and 200 years from now, we don't have 50 memorials over in a little garden in some on the north side of the Barrett. I mean, we just have to be more thoughtful about the process, and so that's just my comment on it. I don't, and when I read through all of these, I'm going, there's a little bit of homework here to put these together, to develop them, and to condense them, and to and it goes back to this building, because we kind of developed and going to what Kurt's comment was, we developed a kind of a layered approach on what would be legislative, what would be combined legislative, executive, and what would strictly be executive. And so that policy has kind of been developed, and as part of what this committee, purpose of this committee got put together was to conform to that general policy and thinking. So I don't have an answer to it. I think in order to take that type of a suggestion or recommendation, I think this committee has to be a little bit more thoughtful about it. We need to see the mock-up. We need to put it in place. We need to have a constructed plan on what would go next to it, how it be developed, what the future is of the Barrett location. All those things are relevant into that type of decision-making process. So that's my free flow of thoughts as you were presenting.
No, I think good thoughts is shared, Representative. Thank you. And I share a lot of them. I think the recommendations made, for what it's worth, Kevin, well done. And I think the idea of beginning to draft something, the representative's right, that's going to take a lot of work. We're going to have to boil that all down and combine some things and take into consideration. Treasurer Meyer brought up a couple of important points, but in the meantime, I think it makes sense for us to at least move forward with an effort to begin to draft something together.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that what we're looking at is you're looking at kind of an approval to look at the concept, which I'm sure with, the mock-ups and those things that the good representative spoke of, that is part of the process, the due diligence that you have in making that determination. And then, looking as the process, I think is now, I think the the areas where you had, you know, legislative and executive oversight were defined. The areas where you have legislative oversight is defined. And then, but if I'm not in error, I think that these areas that we're talking about are areas where there's the executive oversight is the I guess the governing body that makes those decisions around the Barrett bill.
For the most part, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's true,
Yeah.
Treasurer.
But I do think we need to be sensitive to, you know, any input that comes from the legislative process in this committee. But yeah, I think we're just in the early stages. It's a concept. We want to, you know, look at proof of concept type of a effort and then during that proof of concept effort, I think, you know, all input is reasonably to be assumed it's going to be addressed.
Well, I think, you know, our charge is to come up with our best work to make a recommendation, you know, to the electeds. And I think we can do that. And I think the idea today, in my opinion, and Madam Co-Chairman, I'm kind of looking at you on this too, but I think a motion of some kind to continue the effort would be in order. There's quite a bit of work left to be done here. The other thing that comes to mind is the recommendation that we do something to help our good folks from the Daughters of the American Revolution in the meantime. And so we should think about some kind of motion that might at least address that, so that the governor and the elected know that we're doing some work on that front. And then we can also consider moving forward with a recommendation of a curator for the Capitol grounds. And that, of course, is a consideration that'll go to Chairman of Appropriation sitting over there and all of the folks that work with him. So those are, if I'm reading correctly, Kevin, that's really the three, right? That you kind of suggest. Chairman, thoughts?
Mr. Co-Chair, I have a lot of thoughts and a lot of questions. I agree in terms of policy for the Capitol Square. I think we should absolutely keep that ball rolling. But one of my questions, and I don't know if this is maybe getting a little bit into the weeds. I think the statute actually requires an MOU between the legislature and state building commission. So again, that's a little bit semantics, but I think what we want to push is not so much just the policy, but the statute does require that an MOU exists to manage our work and whatnot. Is that
might be the governor right there.
okay? So you
Might be
can,
good too.
I can say that.
okay, great.
It allows for MOU or other agreements and other agreements, I think it says, but I think that would be.
So a
certainly-
policy approved by both management council and SBC would suffice. Okay. In regards to the daughter's plaque, I actually am pretty excited about the thought of the Barrett building location, and I don't disagree with anything Representative Nicholas said, but recognizing there's already multiple relatively new, really nice memorials there, you know, there's a lot of synergy. There's a lot of synergy that goes with those, with this plaque. And I think the vision of sort of a path of honor is really exciting. And I like, you know, I don't say this just to, you know, because it's not the original location contemplated. I've lived 3 blocks from the Capitol. I don't now, but I lived for several years, 3 blocks from. And there are tour bus after tour bus after tour bus of people that roll up to the Capitol on the weekends, right? They're not going inside. What are they doing? They're walking around the grounds. They're, you know, generally not 20-year-olds, you know, but I think the type of visitor that is really going to enjoy that and appreciate it. And I say this because I have an 11-year-old boy, I have a 4th grade boy, which is our focus, that's our focus for Inside the Capitol. They're crazy, I'm not sure, the visitor that I think can really appreciate that and stops at those memorials, and I think Kevin used a word, make that really a contemplative space that's sort of reflective and quiet, and you could go there on a Sunday or a Friday night or a Monday morning, open all year round. I think that's really cool. And again, I don't at all brush off Representative Nicholas's concerns, but I'm quite confident if we, in 10 years, if we put a state museum there, we already have these huge, beautiful memorials that we're gonna have to deal with. If it all has to be moved to the south side of the building and the north side of the building, I'm confident that we can manage that through our processes, if that happens. So that doesn't concern me a whole lot. The other thing I just wonder, and I know, I know we've talked a lot about the bureaucracy of the machine that you all are having to deal with, and that's so we don't do, that stops us from doing silly things fast, right? Not that this is a silly endeavor, I don't mean that at all. But I also wonder too, if we have sort of a path of honor, one of our concerns is, okay, gosh, we all appreciate this purpose. What happens when the next organization comes in that we may not appreciate and we say no to them? And then we're in a lawsuit, which we lose, right? Like, and we have a real example of that. I wonder, a path of honor, that could almost have a specific curation policy and guidelines where we are honoring our veterans, we're honoring our first responders. There again, synergy. These are things we, for lack of a better term, these are things we all agree on, we all support, and this is what that path of honor is for. We're not gonna honor the 50th anniversary of, the Colorado Rockies or something, even though that's a good cause as well, but to sort, I think that might be protective from a liability standpoint to say that this is the purpose that this area is for, and I think it could be really, really, so that was real long-winded. I do also think, I do think it's a little bit of a good marketing ploy too. That's gonna attract a lot of attention. There's so much traffic that comes by, and folks stop at those. They stop at veterans memorials, they stop at, if you're coming through town, they stop at those, and I picture that potentially being really nice. And again, if in 10 or 15 years, we have to shift it half a block, I think we can handle that, although you would have to change your coordinates. But I think I'm confident that we can. So, Mr. Chairman, sorry, that was sort of long-winded.
No, I appreciate it, Madam Co-Chairman. And so here's what I'm inclined to do for today. I outlined the 3 considerations that I think we should go forward with, or at least consider. I don't think we have to do those right now. In consideration of our good friends from BI, we need to get going on the task at hand. And the main task that we're here for today is to continue our work on the Capitol. But I do want to go to public comment. I appreciate having you ladies with us this morning. Richard, it's nice to see you back there as well. And I would welcome public comment. And then later in the day, I think we have some considerations for motions that I think that Kevin could bring up later for us. And we could take those under consideration at that time so that we can get to the other work that we've got in front of us. How about that? Does that seem to make sense, Madam Co-Chair? Okay, so let's go to public comment. Lindsay, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. I'm really excited. I think you have done wonderful work here. And I think we found something that almost everybody can agree on. And in an age where this seems like a lot of us, seems our society so divided, it's nice to have something to bring us together. And I think this will do it. And if we wait 10 years, then the 250th anniversary might be the 260th anniversary. So, I caution about, I do believe in long-term planning and everything else. But like what was said at the last subcommittee hearing, with Esther and the chief, being outside, that was supposed to be out there, they thought, for over 100, 200 years, and it's not, and it's here. And I still don't know what's going to happen with that, but that's not why I'm here. So, but I think it would be an honor for the Daughters of the American Revolution to be part of the Path of Honor or the Ring of Honor. And, I think that's a perfect spot over there. To me, it's something that we can accomplish within our time frame. And I think that would be great. I think that if it has to be moved, like I said, we can always, move it in another 5, 10, 15, 20. Somebody else, 100 years from now might still be able to move it because the daughters are still going to be here. So I thank you for all your hard work. If there's anything that we can do, I would just hope that you would have something by the July 21st State Building Commission meeting so that it could be approved by then so that we could get our process started. And just so you know, not only do I have to get the plaque ordered and everything, you think you guys have hoops, you ought to see the DAR hoops, and I still have to jump through those. And so I appreciate all the thought and effort that you put into it. And I told everybody, it's going to be a miracle if we be able to meet our deadline. And so you guys are helping to be miracle workers. So I thank you in that. And I'm just so excited. So I'm ready to celebrate. And but if there's anything else that you need from me or want from me, I'd be happy to do that. I am headed to Washington, D.C. We have our 132nd Continental Congress going on this week. Most of the people who are attending from Wyoming are already there, so I'm going to be a little late, but that's okay. And I will try to get a list of where all the there's more than 115 placed now, the 250 markers, because I know that the Utah Capitol building has just approved theirs to go into the Capitol. And so some states have 6 of these markers, but of course they're back east and they have revolutionary spots that they could put them in that we don't have here in Wyoming. So, but thank you very much. And I don't know if there's any questions for me, but I would be more than happy to try to answer whatever I can do.
Judy, thank you, and very well stated. I think hopefully you'll take some good news back to your fellow DAR folks, and we're glad to keep working. And by the end of the day, I suspect we'll have some kind of motion to the effect of what you've heard in the conversation today. It feels like the subcommittee is pretty supportive of this idea that the treasurer came up with about a month ago, and I think it might have some weight. So thank you very much. Any questions? Okay. Any further public comment? Please, welcome.
Hi,
Would you mind
Mr. Chairman of the
stating your
committee.
name
I'm
first?
Suzanne Anderson. I'm state president of the Daughters of 1812. I've also been a member of DAR for over 50 years. I mean, forever. But the issue here, and I'm sure that you appreciate, is this marker will celebrate the formation of the United States of America. Without our patriots, both in the War of 1812 and the American Revolution, without their sacrifices, we wouldn't be here. We would all be speaking British. So I echo everything Judy said, and I encourage you to go forward.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you coming back. Glad we were able to accommodate this morning and
Thank you.
Any further public comment? I think there's great potential for this to be one of the centerpieces of some things going forward. So thank you all for being here. we're gonna move on with our business at hand. And we'll come back later in the day to some potential motions that we might want to have. So let's get going. Nigel, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to our EI team. Really appreciate you guys being back, and these are always really fun days to keep going. So Nigel, take it away.
All right,
You're up.
excellent. We will. I think Rachel Dula, I want to introduce Rachel Dula to people who have not yet met her. She's part of our ever expanding team at BI. And if you want to kick us off a little bit?
Yeah, so thank you guys all for having me. If you haven't met me, and like Nigel said, I'm Rachel Julo. I'm the Director of Strategy at Dimensional Innovations. I'm somewhat new to this project. You guys have been on a wonderful journey thus far, and we've got even more exciting work to share with you today. So I know we've got a long agenda. Hopefully this is a productive, exciting and fun meeting. Seeing creative is usually a fun part of my day when we get to do it. So we look forward to your comments, your feedback. We do want to make this as engaging as possible. So please stop us if you have questions along the way. But we want to walk you through the intent, the user intent, and what we're trying to accomplish with every single one of the spaces that we're about to show you today. So
Rachel, welcome.
yes, thank you.
It's good to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Really look forward to working with you, and so this is exhibit design and content updates for those listening in across the hinterlands, and so Nigel, take it away.
Awesome. I love the passion in this space for what's going on here. Just listening to Judy. I mean, I'm sold and I'm British. So that says something. And I think we've caught a little bit of that fever at BI as well. We're excited about this project and the things that we can do here at BI at Capitol Square, the stories that we can tell. We're going to focus today on the visitor center. And for those that are watching from out in the ether, the visitor center is one room over. It's about 2/3 the size of this room. And it's going to be the focus point for tour groups and students and tourists themselves to sort of learn in a more interactive way about the Wyoming state government and the complex here. Can everybody see my screen? Yes, we can't hear, so we must be able to. When we started, we had like 4 main goals that we wanted to accomplish through the experience at the Capitol Square: to demonstrate government in action, to promote engaged citizens, which we're clearly doing something well, to prepare future leaders, which really kind of ties into what we want to accomplish in the visitor center, and to promote Wyoming pride. And when I was thinking about that this morning, I remembered kind of a place where we started over and over again on this project to remind ourselves that this is the people's house. That's the focal point of everything we're doing here. And in this instance, so like we're focusing on these 2 little guys right here, right? That's kind of the people that are where we're targeting today. Although I think we reach all of these people in some way or another by telling the stories from over here to the people over here. When we focus on the visitor center, I want to kind of delineate some of the goals that we have, things that we want to try to accomplish. So as we're walking through all the complexity that is the different stations and experience within that space, we remember that they're all purposed towards these particular goals. So let me just read through these: a solid overview understanding of the branches of the Wyoming state government and how they function together, an appreciation for the complexity of public policy and the impact all of us can have by getting involved, an understanding of the nuances of considering legislation and the unique role of representational government, a greater knowledge of the broad scope of the executive branch, its roles and the opportunities it provides, a clearer grasp of how checks and balances are critical for government progress as the branches work together, and a fresh historical perspective on the story of Wyoming. So those are our big buckets, the things that we're trying to do. So let's see if we can do them. First of all, we didn't just kind of go in this willy-nilly. We did some research. We worked with your great team here with Wendy and Rihanna and others to gather some intel, information, data, understanding of the history. And we also did some focus groups. So Trisha is going to share.
Hello, everyone. My name is Trisha Roberts Parker. So I just wanted to give you a quick update on the focus groups that we were able to conduct here at the Capitol. We wanted to hear directly from the students themselves. So we were able to conduct a series of 6 student focus groups. That was back in April. So we were able to bring a couple different students here, everyone from elementary all the way up to high school. We were even able to split several of the larger groups into 2 separate focus groups. So we got a lot of really great information from them. We also had held an additional civic stakeholder focus group back in October as well, and heard directly from some of the docents to really get a well-rounded approach to what we think we should be accomplishing and what they think we should be accomplishing in the visitor center as well. So the main takeaways that we heard from this group, thank you, Nigel. So the first one is that interaction is critical. We asked the students directly if, they would rather learn by reading panels on a wall, watching a video, playing a game, doing something hands-on, and across the board, the answer was always doing something hands-on and being interactive. So they were really interested in a combination of both technology and physical interactives as well. So we saw that in every single focus group, every age level. The teachers also echoed that sentiment. They really wanted us to make sure that we were teaching the students in an engaging way that would not trick them into learning, but allow them to learn while they were doing something fun as well. Edutainment, exactly. The next takeaway was that hands-on experiences are extremely memorable for students. So they were able to recall physical, tactile experiences that they had done at other institutions, even when they weren't able to recall the institution itself. So that was a really eye-opening finding from that group. The kind of memory and engagement with some of those hands-on interactives was really powerful for those students. Also, the stories in particular make it very memorable. If students had been to the Capitol before, we asked them what they remembered about their trips in the past, and they immediately said, oh, we remembered that the railing, one of the railing banisters was flipped upside down, and we remember seeing the red tie. So those kind of stories and those pieces that really allow them to connect with the building really make the experience memorable for them as well. And there was a large interest in doing a scavenger hunt, both in the visitor center and throughout the building as well. All age groups are very interested in that. So what this really did was validate some of the designs, the interactive components, the technology components, the tactile elements, as well as some of the stories we're trying to incorporate into the visitor center that really showed us that we were on the right track to engage those students and allow them to learn in a fun and engaging way. The teachers also echoed that, and they specifically called out they love when they book their field trips to the Capitol, how easy it is and how wonderful it is working with the team to book those field trips. So that was a great summary of some of our immediate findings from the focus groups, and be happy to answer any questions.
Robert, thank you very much. Well done. Any questions or thoughts? Please proceed.
You want to talk about the?
Yeah, absolutely. So on the next slide, we also asked the students very specifically what types of stories they were interested in learning about or learning about the government through. So we gave what we called a rating sheet to some of the kiddos, actually all of the kiddos all the way from elementary to high school. We tailored it per grade level and gave them different types of interactive content concepts. And they actually voted on what they thought was the most interesting content they wanted to learn about. So for example, in an elementary school, we had shown them nutrition in schools, schools on crosswalks, which I believe is a current bill being passed through the legislature right now. We also offered fishing licenses, a couple other content topics, and even allowed for a space for them to write in any potential topics that they were interested in learning about. But across the board, they were really interested in learning about schools on crosswalks. That's something that they could relate to, they could understand. So if you recall from the previous visitor center presentation, there are some content topics that we will teach different grade levels about the government through. So that one was one that they were really interested in learning about. For junior high, you'll see that technically mental health services, that content topic was slightly preferred. However, high school it was also preferred, so we wanted to make sure that we offered a breadth of content topics. So we selected nutrition in schools for junior high school level, and then for high school, mental health services that are available in schools. So those are examples of content topics that we could teach those different grade levels about the government and how the government works together through. So that was also part of our findings for the focus groups.
So Christian, did you provide a list of potential sorts of things that the students could look at?
Exactly.
Is that?
Exactly, that's
I understand that
exactly.
correctly? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
what kind of questions did you use to tease out the mental health?
So that was part of absolutely, that was part of a larger list of just topics. We didn't dive deeply into the topics of what we could talk about. Just we offered a list of topics that they could vote on what interested them the most. So we didn't spend a great deal of time kind of diving into what we would talk about from that perspective.
I'm just wondering whether you use questions about, things that might be considered a mental health issue and whether that was something they'd want to learn about that one question and you aggregated enough to get a score, or you just said mental health issues and it was in the mind of the student to make that determination.
It was more so in the mind of the student, the latter. However, we tried to liken it to, for example, services that would be available to them during their school day. So we asked them if they would be interested in learning about how the government works and how they might be provided mental health services by their schools. So that was, we didn't necessarily talk about what those topics meant, but that was just a potential topic.
So in that, the metric of a 703, was that 703% of the students?
So that was an average, a general average score based on all the students that answered.
Scale of 10 or what?
Yes, I would scale of 10. So
Scale of
that was
10,
more,
okay.
I would think 70%.
Okay, so 70% of the students thought that they wanted to learn more about how the government could provide them mental health.
Correct. At the high school level, correct.
So interestingly enough, that's about
Yeah.
the percentage is what you see when I was on our I guess our health committee in the legislature. We got the statistics back from the counties that actually have, parents or people who are in mental health, and it's 65%, 70% in some counties.
It is, it's incredible.
And probably a lot of people didn't mention it because they didn't want to, they thought that the government was looking over their shoulders. It probably could be higher than that.
It could absolutely could be.
Okay, thank you.
And that high school piece, Tricia, is not, I don't think it surprises any of us,
Mhm.
really. Wyoming's no different than many, many other states, as we're dealing with a lot of things on that front. So, yeah, thanks for explaining that a little bit. Please proceed.
Absolutely. And just to clarify, this gives us something to talk about that you can get your mind around when you're trying to explain the more complex ideas of government. So I want to learn to bake. I don't want to know the principles of baking. Teach me how to bake an apple pie, and then I'll get a sense of how baking works, right? So it's that kind of model that we're going for, which leans into Kevin's suggestion earlier that we want to be able to update this. So 10 years from now, when maybe mental health is not the thing and it's, eating bananas or whatever, that becomes the important thing, then we can shift the conversation and use that as the model for these lessons. So that's been a big part of everything that we've developed in the visitor center. We wanted to make sure that there was a level of adaptation of updatability. Is that a word? To the different technology and experiences there, so that it always seems fresh. One thing that they mentioned was a scavenger hunt, and we kind of like that idea, and maybe that's sort of kind of a principal starting point for some of the stuff that happens in here. So we're introducing this element into the room, a visitor passport. It's a two-sided card, and the basic idea is that if you walk into the visitor center, say this is the visitor center, you walk into the room, you go to the starting point, and there are these little cards on there. And on the cards, a way to sort of check off each of the different stations in the room. So you can answer a question, there's a keyword that's provided in the experience, and you can fill that out and go through the room and complete your passport. You don't have to do it. It's just sort of an added incentive to make the experience more engaging. But that's just a little bit of gravy on top of what the experience could be. But we like it because it can also suggest other things that you can do. So it walks you through the room, but then on the backside, it walks you through the Capitol. So over here, on one side, it asks questions about each of the different stations, the public policy station, legislative station, executive station, etc. It also suggests maybe you should also visit the State Museum. the Judicial Learning Center, the Governor's Mansion. On the other side of the card, there are a bunch of scavenger hunt things to look for, like where are the Mosley balls? Where's the turned spindle? Where's the red tie guy? And those things, and you can check those off, and perhaps the kid can take this completed card and find a docent, give it to the docent, and they can provide them with just some small little memorial, not memorial, what do you call it? Memento, thank you. That they can put their name on and take home and just remember their experience here. Another one of those things that helps the stuff stay in your head. So that's a very sort of tactile, reward-based kind of experience added to the experience. That helps to be sort of a framework for what we do in the room as well. As we walk through this, John's on the line as well, so he's going to walk you through some of the more complex tech elements. So please feel free. When we walk through this, some of this stuff can get sort of intense and complicated, and we don't want that to be the case. So let us know when something's not quite making sense. We want you to understand this from the perspective, what's the experience going to be like? There's a lot of things that from a technology perspective, from a is this going to work perspective, we need to answer those questions. So some of those answers are in here, but they may not be core to your need to understand the experience.
So Nigel, just to jump in on that point, somewhat informal, don't be afraid to jump in at any point. The idea here is to help DI and learn from them. I do want to welcome the superintendent. Superintendent, welcome. She has joined us remotely, and I think Suzanne's out there too. So I just wanted to remind that we have those two alongside. So please proceed.
Awesome. Yeah, welcome. Everyone.
Nigel, just real quick, I want to make sure that that the team's looking at the right things. So we're really looking at a conceptual and story level. There might be specific words in there that aren't correct yet, but from an overall concept, are we telling the right story? Are we making sure that we're telling the right points from an educational standpoint?
I mean, even at a top level, we've given each of these stations names. They probably aren't the right names. We're trying to eke our way through and figure out what the best way to call these things are. But so we need a placeholder for now, and they kind of capture the essence of what we want to do. We need to wordsmith those and work with your feedback to figure out where we're going to land. So when we show you images of something that you don't like the name of, that's okay. Please tell us. We want to hear that for sure. But don't feel like, oh no. Because this is a work in progress and it's a collaborative work in process. We want to get to the place that we all feel good about, and more importantly, does the job it needs to do to help these kids and the people doing tours to get out of this what they need to get out of it as an experience. Let's start with the visitor flow. There's a bunch of stations. There's 5 stations in the room, 6 stations in the room. The central station is meant to be a starting point, so that people will start there and then move from station to station to have the whole experience. You don't have to start there, but that's an anchor point, and we'll talk a bit about how that works. And we already mentioned that we want the experience to be fresh, so that a student coming here in 6th grade can come back in 7th grade and have a different experience, a fresh experience. It doesn't feel exactly the same. So that's part of the adaptability of the space, and that the variations in the experience as you go through. I mean, you could go back the same day and have a slightly different experience than you did 2 hours ago. So that's part of what we wanted to accomplish in this space. John, you want to talk about how these stations work, how they're organized in the space?
Yeah, absolutely. So as Nigel said, and hello everybody, John Perez here with Dimensional Innovations, coming in remotely. Yeah, so the overall flow of the space, as Nigel said, is such that the central table kind of calls attention first and foremost. You walk in, it's the first thing that you see. There will be the other stations around the entire room that will be also intriguing. And we fully anticipate that there will be groups that come in and they go to the central table and they kind of interact with that and engage with that first. But we fully anticipate that there will be groups that come in and they just go straight for whatever is the most interesting to them. So we're accounting for that through how we're designing the space and how we're designing the interaction, so that it's possible to come in sort of blind to an interaction, to a station, and to kind of intuitively through the interface and through the direction and the kind of informing of how to use the station, understand how to use it. So that's the goal, is to provide that sort of flexibility for docents and tour guides and even people who come in who don't know where to go. There's a certain amount of direction for them to understand, okay, I can go to the central table, or I can just go around and kind of explore my own and engage with the stations in whatever order I wish. So that's the idea there behind how we've designed the overall space.
So as we move through, we'll walk through each one of these stations specifically and give you some sort of a good idea of what they're like. But perhaps it's good to start by just walking through the space. So I'm going to click on here and see if this works, and if not, Trisha's going to save me. Oh, look, what is happening? All right, so this gives you a sense. Now, bear in mind that the names of the stations might change, how the graphic panels work might change, the materials might change, but this gives you the sort of the core idea of what we feel like the experience should be. So let's see how this goes. We start at the central station where they make the choice about where they want to start, or they're divided up. A large group is divided up to go to the different stations. So they're not, everybody's in one place at once.
So Mr. Chairman, the different colored things, are those all pamphlets associated with each station?
So those are more interactive components, more tactile interactive components, which we can certainly elaborate on. You're absolutely right. There will be a station for the pamphlet, the passport card that we discussed earlier. But those are fun capacitive touch moments.
Just saw something there. They were,
Absolutely.
nice colors, but I had no idea what their function was. So,
That's exactly what we're looking for, because we want people to be able to have that curiosity.
okay.
And just so this is just meant to be sort of an overall sense of what the space feels like to walk around. And then we'll dive into each one of those so we can address questions like that. So keep those in mind. So we start at the central table, then we go over to the public policy wall. There's interpretive panels that talk about public policy, help kids to understand what that means, or adults. There's this Plinko game that helps them to understand the mechanics of that. Then we move over to the legislative branch, and there's a voting simulator that helps them to understand. Oh, it's looking really good on mine. You want to try and run it on yours?
So just to interject, while we're getting that next slide up, just a reminder to the subcommittee and to all of our folks listening in, it's really incumbent upon each one of us to bring an A game to this process. When we talk about the educational pieces, for example, we need to rely pretty heavily on our Department of Education to make sure that we're matching up with things like performance standards, et cetera. And for the rest of us, anything that pertains, we need to make sure that when we roll this out, we want it to be the best it can be. And so I'm reminding myself when I say that, from this point forward, I think it's important that we frost the cake appropriately. Hope that makes sense. So go ahead, Nigel.
Okay, we're gonna try this again. If not, I've got some still images of this that we can look at.
Talking about donuts, he's talking about cakes.
So
Nice background, Superintendent.
I like that.
Thank you. I wish I was in Fremont Canyon.
I thought that was Fremont Canyon. Beautiful. Yeah, if we were just on that boat floating right down through there, that would be awesome, wouldn't it?
It really would.
So on the wall, there are different interpretive panels that help to talk in more depth. Then each area has its own sort of physical, both technology and hand touch motion elements. As you walk past the legislative, you move towards the executive branch. There's a touch screen on the executive desk, and behind the executive desk, there's a kind of replica of one of the vaults from down the garden level.
Or, Mr. Chairman, perhaps a real vault that still exists that was taken off site as part of this project.
There's some doors here that you can open to learn more about all the different departments within the executive branch, to get a sense of what the opportunities are and also what they do. On the back side of that central station is an interactive that allows you to dig deep into the Constitution, learn things about it, what's distinctive about the Wyoming Constitution. And on the last wall, there's this gear wheel that helps you to understand how all the different parts of government work together and are dependent on each other to work effectively. And lastly, there's the Historical Voices interactive in that doorway that helps you to learn from history. So that kind of gives you a sense of what this space feels like as you walk through the room.
And Nigel, one comment on the Historic Voices, that interactive specifically is a placeholder in this room currently.
Yes.
With the potential for it to be located in the vault and believe in the executive branch portion of the building. So TBD.
Okay. All right, well, I think we got there. Okay, so let's so here's some still images of what we just like that to show you all the different parts of the room and how they work together. They're color coded, so each area has its own sort of color theme. So it helps to tie those areas together. There's going to be some sort of title above each area, so we kind of identify it. Maybe it should just say the legislative branch and the executive branch, but we kind of like the idea of using language that's more that people relate to, that speak to their engagement with the government, not just sort of an official thing, but it helps them to tie it. Why does it speak to me? Why is it important? And ties to the whole idea of the people's house. And then here from the other angle, there's that wheel of gears that they can build, the safe, the wall that talks about the executive branch. So let's start to dive into all these different components, starting with the central table. The primary goal here is to give groups a place to start. Individuals can start here and we welcome them too. It would help them to understand how the room works, but they don't have to. You can go through this more sort of ordered experience where you select where you want to start. It'll send you to one of the stations and you proceed through the room in a circuit that way. What's helpful about that is if you've got a group of 20 students, they can't all go to the same place at once. We need to figure out a way to divide them up. So this helps the teachers gather them somewhere for one thing, and then talk to them about what's going to happen in the room. And then say, okay, let's divide into groups of 5. You 5 pick which one of these places you want to go. They pick one of the things, then they go off. Or it can be random. Somebody walks in the room and we can't control what people do. So maybe they go and look at a graphic panel first. That's fine. That's what they want to do. That's the way they engage. But as they move from one thing to the other gradually, by accident almost, they learn about Wyoming government and what role they can play in the government. By moving eventually through the room. We think it's going to be engaging. It's going to make them want to go from one thing to another. Whether they're people that just like to read a lot, there's all these great graphic panels. Whether people like to touch and feel, there's all these analog kind of experiences. Or whether they're tech-minded and we actually get their thumbs off their smartphones onto something else. So they start to learn things about the government and their role in it and on what it does for them and what they can do for it. So it can work in both these ways. John, is there anything you wanted to, beyond all the thunder of yours that I took to talk about at the centrals table?
Yeah, just a little bit to add, and I kind of already hinted at this, but we really wanted to think about this room from a user experience standpoint very thoroughly as far as what they see when they walk in and the kinds of things that would entice them to interact, right? Because we know that this should be a room that people, when they walk in, they're like, I need to go in there, right? I need to figure out I need to discover what this awesome, these cylinders of light are, or these objects in the table, or this cool executive desk. And those are the kinds of elements that we're capitalizing on when we're garnering their attention, right? That, we all know that, young, elementary school, middle school, high school kids their attention spans are, all over the place these days. So we really want to capture a wide variety of different interests by having all these different stations with different form factors and different levels of engagement. And then additional to that, as we'll get to, there's additional levels of engagement within the actual interactive when you're selecting the subject matter to kind of interact with. As Trisha kind of laid out, we're using sort of placeholder interactions for that, or subject matters for that. So, but yeah, that's the other thing I'll add there on the central table, Nigel.
Perfect. One thing, looking at this image, one thing I wanted to highlight, when we were originally playing with these concepts for this space, some of our original drawings, we were looking at very sort of clean, solid surface type of furnishings in there. And in collaboration with Wendy and Rihanna and Kevin and others, we started to think about what the material should look like. And I love the idea that we could have landed more on this, on these wood finishes that really echo the materiality within the building as well. We wanted to make that sort of subconscious connection between what they see in there and what's happening in the actual building as well. So that ties those two things together. I mean, and it feels like it's grounded in what's really grounding the building as well. So I like the way that those tied together. And that was a really nice fruit of the collaboration that we had with the team on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Chris.
I see I guess the props that are in there. It looks really exciting for, like 3 through 5 grades maybe. But I'm wondering, the aspect that that we have for, junior high school. I guess I don't see the technology part in there that this, pops out. I think it would get kind of stale on the second trip for a 3rd grader and comes back in the 4th grade. He's going to say, "Oh, I've been here. I've seen it," But I'm wondering how easy it is to, I guess, update or anything there, or you have to go in with all new props or new, whatever, 10 years or something. I'm just, what's the cycle on this?
Nigel, do you mind if I?
No, go for it.
So that's a wonderful question. So we will be showing you some UX UI layouts and designs, which is really just a fancy way of saying what we plan on showcasing for each screen. You'll see some of those design layouts as well here in just a little bit. That being said, from the CMS or content management side of things, we build a custom backend that allows you to change out content whenever you see fit. So when we design this, and Patrick, if you have anything to add, please just interrupt me. When we do design this, we will make sure that we are engaging and thinking through that back end of the content management system at the same time to ensure you're able to change out that content to keep it fresh. But in this initial round, we can certainly add in more content topics, or we can add additional questions. So they're not seeing, for example, the same question every time they come in, things like that. So we can create a pool that we choose from digitally and on the back end too.
Mr. Chairman, that ongoing, I guess, upkeep, is that a license agreement with the state to provide that, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the content management system is something that the staff team here can easily manage and update as needed. We do provide service agreements to help troubleshoot and fix issues, as well as provide updates on development as well. And that, I believe, is something that the scale of it, if it's something that needs to be more trimmed down or more robust, we can always work on what that outline looks like. We work with different partners that have different needs, so we can kind of understand, the level of support that the team here would need from us. But everything that we build would be easily accessible through a web browser with password login and administration credentials, that essentially any content that they see, images, videos, questions, anything else on here can easily be updated, swapped out, edited as needed.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm really satisfied with anything that you can do now and in the future. I'm just wondering what the price tag is on some of these future things here, and so we have a good understanding of it, by the end of the day, or by the end of the process. Thank you.
And just to questions, by the way. Yeah. Actually, just one of your initial questions. Well, will kids like this? Will kids be interested in the different age groups. That's important. That's critical to this whole thing working, right? And DI has a vast amount of experience working in children's and pediatric hospitals for a variety of different ages. So we from that, we've learned a lot about what kids like. And we don't pretend we know either. Every time we put together something, we test it with kids. There's frequently kids of very different ages, specific groupings that we call in to come and play with stuff we built, whether it's a cow that's going to be in the plains of Kansas, or it's a car that they built for Legoland in Denmark. They've come to our place and play with it to see if it works, and we watch them and we see what interests them and what doesn't interest them and what confuses them. We want to make sure that when we put something in here, a kid walks in and they've got a good sense of what to do. And frankly, most kids have a better sense of what to do with the technology than I do, but witness my power of the Zoom. But yeah, that's a very important question, and we want to make sure we get that right. And we put in the processes that help us to do that in the way that we develop these things. I actually just got back from Denmark helping install the Legoland.
Mr. Chairman, is this a school tour group only, or
No,
this
I'm
will
sorry,
be
yeah.
open to anyone at any time, any visitor? And do you think it's self-intuitive enough to?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, and that's the whole intent for everything.
okay.
In fact, as John walks you through some of these things, you'll see how that each one of these starts with a little tutorial, how this works for the technology part. And the rest is, I can read, I can push things, I can open things, all that kind of stuff that
Thank
kids and children would know. But that's a really good question. And it's targeted for primarily for kids, because the lessons that we wanted them to learn and to meet some of the educational requirements that it's important that they gain from their school experience, and that teachers want to make sure that they get into their little heads. But it's also good for the retired couple that want to visit every capital in the US, just to learn a little more and get a richer experience and like Wyoming better than all the others.
Thanks.
Good question. Anything else? Please proceed.
We're developing interactive on the Constitution that's going to live inside the historic Supreme Court. And as we were talking about this, when was it you suggested that we use that same, if we're developing it, why not use that here as well? And this is a wonderful place to create that. And it may not look exactly like this, but it would be an interactive that celebrates the Constitution, allows kids to sort of dive in and learn more about it.
By the way, tying in the look and the feel, and appreciate your comments with regard to the wood and I just think that.
Yeah, it works much
really
better,
well.
doesn't it?
Really,
Yeah,
really
thank
good.
you. So John, have we covered this, or do you want to outline this a little clearer? I think we've covered it.
Yeah, I think we've covered this.
Okay. That's basically what we've talked about, how the process works. And those little colored boxes are just color boxes now, but our idea is that they would be little objects that would be intriguing to the visitor. That would be in this little glowing acrylic box. And it would actually be a button that if you put your hand on would change what's on the screen and guide you to the station that you just selected. So. This is the site map, and we'll have one of these for every ingredient in this room and throughout the building. Anything in here you want to highlight, John?
Just essentially what you said in terms of we're mapping out what these are going to contain, right? So eventually we're going to have this to a level where everything that we want any interactive to contain is going to be here as far as the subject matter, so that we can start to develop the exact content that is going to exist, so that we can start to circulate that around the team and confirm, okay, yes, we are going to do, mental health or whatever it is, and this is what the content is going to look like, and this is where it's going to exist. And so this is just, as it's called, like a site map or an outline to ground set, to level set for what are we about to look at? What is going to be contained here? So
go on, John.
No. Oh, no, you're fine. So this is this is part of the format that we're going to start to get into with some of these interactives, where we start to go through the flow, the user experience, user interface flow of how you get from one point to the next. So in the case of the central table, we have this screen where we're featuring the 5 areas. They have iconography associated with them. As somebody touches one of the objects, as Nigel stated previously, that box will light up, and then it's going to bring up more information on that. So say they touch the green box that represents the legislative branch. That's going to bring up more information on that. It's going to show you the location of that in the room. It's going to give you a little bit more context about what it is, a little brief introduction of what it is, and then how they can interact with it. So an introduction to each and every space that you can tab through. You can go previous area, you can go next area, but just really giving them the controls to discover what the space has to offer. And then this is the detail on what each element of the screen is. But we're not going to go into every detail on every single screen, but this is part of how we flesh the user interface out for an experience such as this, where we designate a role for each portion of the screen, and we eventually flesh this out to completeness, and we hand it over to the team, and we all review to make sure that we're capturing everything, and so that everybody knows when they give feedback and when they start to comment on the actual content and the copy, everybody's got apples to apples relationship right in front of them for what they're looking at and what we're doing. So that's the level that we're getting to. But as we've stated before, we're focusing mainly on the experience and the story of what we're doing here. So again, more of that detail screen that we're kind of getting into the nitty gritty of what it is, area title, area description, denoting what the buttons are doing, denoting what the images are and what the title is, all that fun stuff.
So there'll be a lot of these as we move through this. We're just going to kind of run through it, but as you're reviewing it in more detail, that's the purpose of these. It helps us to get that framework so that everything's organized and works ultimately with the CMS and other things that are big considerations we brought these things. So we start at Central Station. We're going to go around the room in order, although you don't have to, but we'll start at the Public Policy Station here. It helps provide visitors with an appreciation for the complexity of public policy and the impact that we can have, every student can have if they get involved. We're calling it Policy Plinko. Maybe there's a better name, but that's the way we're referring to it right now. And it's hopefully taking that sort of complex and unpredictable nature of what it seems like, public policy seems like, and using this sort of adapted version of Plinko to help it to make sense, so that visitors can see that the actions that figures and state agencies and their own actions on the prospects of a public policy, what they have on the progress of that policy. So Plinko, which just seems random, and the ball falls down this chart and bounces off little bumpers and stuff. We're helping them to learn how to add those right bumpers, those right obstacles, those right guardrails to guide the progress of that puck as it moves through. So they can start to see that all these different things have a role in how public policy progresses. And they get to choose what things they think will have the best impact and start to understand the dynamic, that it's not just as simple as saying, let's do this. There are a lot of things involved and a lot of things to consider that may help the progress or not. And that's all good. That's all a part of government working right. And we even talked about that earlier today as we were talking about how we address the replacement of the plaque. It's all part of the process, and it helps people to understand that those things are valid. The graphic panels around the space will help to explain that and talk about that in more detail, but let's focus on the policy Plinko first. The primary lessons that we want to learn here, and we'll just focus on these 3 bullet points, is first, what should a citizen look for a solution from? When should a citizen look for a solution from government? Government's not necessarily the answer to everything, right? And what level of government do they engage with? Is it state? Is it local? Federal? And what branch of government can assist to address their problem? Where do they start? So hopefully this will help them to understand that by answering these questions and making their own choices about where they can have the best influence. John, you want to walk through the details on this one?
Yeah, absolutely. So as somebody approaches this station, they're going to see an attract loop style engagement where it's going to show you a taste of what this interactive does. So it's going to play through a sequence where the Plinko ball kind of comes from the top and goes to the bottom. And it's going to kind of give you like an arcade style teaser, so to speak, of what you're going to get. As you approach, you have the 3 different subject matter choices that correspond with difficulty level, so to speak. So elementary, middle school, high school. But we're gonna talk about those through each of these interactives in terms of what the subject is, to just go straight to the point. So then after somebody selects a subject, they are able to engage with the game, so to speak. And we're going to get into more detail on that here in a few slides. But they're going to be engaging with the game. They're going to make choices. They're going to be learning throughout the experience. They're going to learn along the way, and then they're going to get results. They're going to get the conclusion that, okay, you did it. It's time for the next experience. And all throughout that, they're going to be learning kind of what Nigel had outlined before of those elements of public policy and what their role is there. And one way that we're creating a little additional interest is we're going to have a mixture of digital touch elements with analog physical dials and levers and knobs in the form of these colored knobs on the sides of each of those screens, because we learned through interaction and through testing that those are just really engaging elements to have within a space. So that's why we included those. But these are the basic elements of the space: the graphic panels, the digital puzzle game, the buttons and switches, and then the results, the finalization of the experience. So this is outlining the sort of, and this is going to be for each of these stations, the sort of 1, 2, 3 punch of what each of these contain in 3 simple, 3 simple panels. So we have the approach, we have the how are we attracting the visitor to the space? What do they see first? And then the actual interaction. What are they doing? How are they interacting with it? And then what do they learn? What is the result? What is the final, conclusion where they feel like they've done something and they've learned something? So that's kind of what we're looking at here. So in the case of this one, I kind of already talked through the approach. They're interacting with this, and I'll get into a little bit more detail of how they're using their knowledge and learnings to educate their choices and to learn about government and citizen actions, and then what the results are there. So, what have their choices done? What have their decisions done to affect the actual results of the experience? So, we can get into a little more detail on that within the next few slides. Again, this is the sitemap, the outline of what kind of content is going to exist on this. We don't need to get too detailed on this because, there's going to be a lot to do there. So this is walking through the interface. So as you can see, like I said, the first screen is going to be a choice of subject matter. For the purposes of this, we've used the examples of school crosswalks, nutrition in schools, and mental health. So after somebody selects that choice, they're going to be able to select 1 player team or 2 players and teams. So with a lot of these interactives, we're providing the option for there to be this choice of if there's only 1 group or 1 person there, they can have an experience that's just as robust as if there were multiple people. But we also know that through our studies and our testing and our projects that we've worked on throughout the years, that competition can bring a lot of interest and intrigue into a interactive such as this. So we're providing the option for there to be sort of light level of competition, whether it's between 2 individual players or 2 individual teams. So it could be, groups of 3 or groups of 5 or what have you, kind of challenging each other and kind of working together to complete this experience. So that's what that's for. And so after they get through that, they're going to get a short explanation of what this subject is. You know, what is the context for this particular issue or problem or subject, and just to get a little bit more context, like I said, behind the experience. So after they select, for example, mental health, they're going to get a short explanation of the history, the context of that, and they're going to be able to continue. And then that's when the actual game begins. So as Nigel hinted at before, the concept of Plinko is that you drop a puck from the top and it reaches the bottom. It encounters barriers along the way. It encounters obstacles and things that kind of direct it. And so that's the idea that we're using for this. And it's going to be a sequential process. So you walk up, you select the difficulty, and then you're engaged with this tutorial that shows you what to do. It shows you how to interact with this. It's going to gesture you towards the side screens, which I'll break down here in a second. Essentially, the side screens are the control for the visitor. So they see an action that is headlined with government actions, and then below they see citizen actions. So we're differentiating there between government and citizen actions. And then there's going to be an explanation, right, of what that is. So it might be something like attend a meeting. It might be write a letter to the governor. It might be, attend a school board meeting, things like that, that we provided a little bit more context for what it is, so that you can both use your educated knowledge and inference and, assumptions based on what you're experiencing now to make a decision. So the idea is that you want to get to either yes or no. So the left side is going to be no, the right side is going to be yes, and it's going to offer you options for how to get there. And the turning of, like we showed before, the knobs and switches on either side of the screen, those are going to either turn off or on these actions, right? So you get round one, where you turn some knobs. Each person turns one knob, and it's going to animate in these barriers that reflect your choices. So let's say somebody selects attend a school board meeting, and that has a great effect on the outcome of this public policy. A massive barrier is going to swoop in, animate in a fun way, and it's going to give you a little caption that says your choice had a great effect. And it's going to give you a little bit more detail about why it did that. And then it's going to go through 3 rounds of this until the whole board is kind of filled with your decisions. And it's going to give you an explanation of why your decisions are doing the things that it's doing. And then after both players are ready, you're going to drop the puck for the final time, and it's going to get to the bottom, and it's going to have the final result. So I think in the next slide, Nigel, we kind of lay that out. So yeah, there's going to be multiple rounds where you're flipping the switch, you're using your intuition to kind of understand, okay, this is going to have maybe a great effect. You might turn a switch that you didn't know what kind of effect it would have, and you're learning what kind of effect something such as attending a meeting would have on a public policy. And to that point, there's going to be a variation of effectiveness, right? So we're teaching the important things that the government can do and the citizens can do that have the greatest effects on something such as public policy. So just to make that clear. And then after all of that process, it's going to give you a kind of debrief. It's going to announce the result of your efforts, whether the policy is upheld or what the final outcome is. And it's going to provide a brief explanation of what that means. So wrapping up the experience with this sort of finalization, the final result, and kind of ushering you to the next station, so to speak. So each of these stations, as we mentioned before, is going to be sequential. It's going to explain what you did and then what you can do in the next station. So I kind of ran through that quickly. Does that all make sense? It gets a little complicated. I'm trying to make sure that we're not getting too detailed, because there's a lot of intricacies with the user experience and the user interface design that we're hashing through and working through, but trying to make sure that the overall concept was clear.
Questions or thoughts?
So how far along are you in the content of what the public policy topics would be?
That's a great question. So we want to get to a point where we have these designs to work off of. So we've started developing what content topics we think and what kind of those prompts and actions might be. But at this point, we want to get to a point where we can work off and write that content to some of these designs. So we know exactly what, prompts we need to write, what answers, what options.
And I bring that up because you, there are such, to me, the focus should be on what happens in state public policy versus national versus local versus those type of things, because and you have to narrow it down just because you're in the state capital. And it could be state issues, but and then my next question is, if you have 30 school kids who are circling around that room, and you'll have about 2, 3, or 4 who's going to be stuck on this one particular station, which looks like it'd be fun, but looks like it'll take 3 or 4 minutes to run through. So that means that every group that goes through there, if they're all going to play it, have to be there an hour and a half. So I'm just kind of thinking out time sequences on how that all that works, but it's. And then my next question is, I mean, so this is kind of like a what would you call it? A digital or screen-based playing show.
Yes.
Where does something similar like this exist? And so in other words, where can we go look at one or see a video of how one actually works?
So I'm happy to answer the second question first. From an interaction and length of duration interaction, we've tried to account for the ability with the 1 player, 2 players, or 1 team, 2 team to really be able to cater that experience to who's in the room. So for example, if a student tour group is in the room, let's say they're split up into 2 separate groups, it's a total class of 40, 20 are in the visitor center, 20 are going on the tour. That docent or whoever's leading that experience in the visitor center can either split them up into groups of 4 or 5 and send them to different stations, or they can all work around together, whatever that docent prefers. And then in this particular station, they could be divided up into teams of 10, and team 1 could all decide on what inputs they want to include together, and team 2 could do the same. Or if they're the smaller groups of 4 to 5, 2 students could work together, or there's all sorts of ways. And we tried to create this as this flexibility that allows for those different kind of differentiations of groups and or players. On the opposite side, if there's a family, there's not necessarily a need to have 2 separate groups, or even if there's an individual, there can be an option for the computer or kind of the digital aspect to be that second player as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Let's go over here first and Representative, good question. I think obviously this station, you right off the bat, you want to try to teach them is it something that government can solve in the first place? And then which level, as the representative pointed out, some things at the state level we can't impact or have very little impact on from their claim.
And this is outside my question, but as a teacher, I think that's a good idea in terms of helping people understand, where do I go with my problem? And we got to focus on state, but working for A&I, we get a lot of things that we have absolutely no control over because it's either federal or local or something of that nature. Also working for A&I, I'm a little concerned in terms of the paddles, the dials, the switches, how challenging they are to clean and maintain, on a daily basis, with the screens, getting those clean, that sort of thing, because we're pretty limited with our custodians and we want to make sure we maintain this at a high level.
Absolutely. Those are fabulous questions. From a durability standpoint, we do have a great deal of experience working in children's museums and public places that have lots of different age hands on them all the time. So that is certainly something that we can take into account as we move through deciding what materials to best use. And we have a lot of insight into what works and what hasn't worked in the past. So from a maintenance standpoint, we also offer warranty services, things like that. as well. So we'll make sure as we design it, we're choosing the proper materials and very robust switches as well.
Well, and a good point made with regard converse to the point made a little bit earlier. A lot of times an executive branch agency can solve a problem where you really don't have to go through a legislative process to do it. So all of those things come into play, and I will have an opportunity to work with our national group, the National Council of State Legislators, along the way, and I think they'll be very helpful on this front. So that's a resource for us as we start to boil things into this good concept. So.
And one last note to your last question. These are all new, these are customized experiences. So to be able to go look at a Plinko game like this, I'm not saying there's not one that exists, but we didn't replicate this off of something that does already exist. So we would be able to show you other interactives that DI has done and send you to some really cool places. If you want to go to Denmark and see what Patrick was just working on with Lego, or other places, but we do a thorough testing within our shop as well as on site once we get here.
From just to add on to that, from an interaction perspective, we have done quite a bit with integrating digital interactives with those tactile components too. So we can certainly share, to Rachel's point, some of those.
I think it would be useful, and we don't necessarily want to be the guinea pig.
Certainly, of course. No, we have a great deal of experience integrating both digital and physical together, so we can certainly send a couple of those examples.
On the other hand, we aren't afraid to be first either.
Absolutely.
Did somebody have something over here? I'm sorry, please jump in.
Senator Langdon and
Yes.
Representative Nicholas, exactly kind of what Ms. Roberts already stated as far as like from a tour group perspective. It'll be, the students will be split up. Maybe some of them will be on a guided tour doing the scavenger hunt, and then some of them in the room will be split up. Some of them will probably be at the state museum. So from a logistics standpoint, some of them may be observing the proceedings. I think that's a facilitation opportunity between me and the teachers to say, what kind of experience do you have? What time do you have? So I think that's just on-site logistics and pre-logistics before they're here. So the idea would be exactly not to overwhelm that visitor center with 75 kids at the same time. Or some of them might be eating lunch on a tour and then in the room, but it'll be kind of a rotation experience so that it's not overwhelming.
That's helpful to know that. Thank you, Rihanna. Okay, Wendy.
And then just a follow up to that NCSL piece is we have visited with DI and CMDs interested in doing this, where NCSL would basically do a kind of a technical services type of engagement, which we have done with them in the past. And they have a really broad depth of civic education experience through the Legislators Back to School program. They used to have a congressional grant for the Representative Democracy in America program. So we really think, you know, this is really complicated topics. It's a discipline in and of itself. I keep giving the example of the Amelia Earhart Museum. You can go read about Amelia and then you can kind of make fun, engaging things, but we're asking for something most adults don't understand, which is how to engage in your government to get distilled down into these. So NCSL is excited for the opportunity, and they will be kind of doing some Civics 101 so that we can kind of tighten these concepts up. And then they'll be doing some workshopping with DI about how to further refine this and bring it back to you, as well as available to just kind of give, I guess, a as needed basis consultation on concepts and phrasing. And they will not be the content writers, but they can help kind of educate. I said, by the time we're all done, these guys will have a poli-sci minor.
So NCSL, National Council for State Legislators, for those, just to make sure everyone out there knows, that's the national group that assists state legislators. So anyway, great thought. Thank you for interjecting, Brianna and Wendy. Anything else? I'd like to take a break at 11. So let's try to point toward 11 for a quick break to where we can catch our breath, and then we'll get right back at it. But
yeah, absolutely. Maybe we can get to one more of these stations before that time. Just one last note, and this applies to all of them. I talked about how we test stuff, as we're developing. Part of that process will be how long does it take a kid to get through this thing? These are built with layers and options so that maybe we find out it's taking them 10 minutes. That's not going to work. So we move from 6 questions to 2 questions, or we move from this many obstacles to this many, so that we can increase or decrease the time people stay at that particular station. And then they all need to balance, right? They need to be kind of finished with the legislative station at the same time that people are finished with the policy station. So they do the musical chairs thing. All right. And as we go into this, we can move a little faster now. You kind of see the structure of how we're developing each one of these. So we won't need to spend as much time on some of the little more intricate details.
Do you have the dimensions? Those dimensions on the screen on the wood?
I don't think, no, I couldn't give you specific. I think we know the screen size that we're suggesting on that. I think that's like a 55, isn't it? So we can that what the furnishing is.
55 inches tall or wide?
It's a 55-inch diagonal. Yeah, for the screen part. And then there's 2 adjacent screens. What are those, 32, John, or smaller?
32.
So, and that's another thing we bear in mind. It's a great space, but it's not enormous. We want it to feel like it's rich and it's going to be fun to be here, but we want people to be able to move too. So we need to accommodate a decent sized class, the requirements that ADA has for movement throughout the room, for turn radius and stuff like that. So we want it to feel rich and full, but not impossible. So that's all part of our consideration.
I always told my kids, more is not better.
And did they listen?
Only once in a while. They're much better at it now that they've grown.
So the legislation station, we want to give people a sense of what it means to consider legislation. And the unique role of representational government. So we have a vote calibrator, which helps people to see that it's not just a matter of saying aye or nay. There are more things involved in that. You might start with an aye, but move that as you're informed to a nay based on, okay, maybe my constituents want this, but do they really understand the impact? It's not a simple thing. There's a lot of things to consider. So how do we help people understand? How do we help people to calibrate their votes? Just like a representative or senator might do. So we want to put them in that kind of position. The graphic panels around the room help to sort of set the stage, help people to understand some of the details of that, understand what representational government is and stuff like that. But the vote calibrator itself gives sort of the physical feeling and the engagement with those questions.
So Nigel, that's kind of a refreshingly old-fashioned look at the fact that a debate might move somebody off of a yes or no. Not so much anymore these days, but we can talk about that over a lunch.
And that can be a possible outcome in this interactive.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So part of the lessons learned from the graphic panels and from the interactive cells are the legislators, the ones that make laws. I understand that that's not just as simple as that sounds. I don't even think it sounds simple. Appropriate money makes all the wheels spin, and oversee executive branch programs. So those are the key lessons that will be helped to be learned from the graphic panels and then from the interactive itself. John, if you want to talk a bit about how this will work, and we'll move through this.
Yeah, so there's a few elements here. So we have the graphic panels, which can add context to people who are perhaps waiting for their turn at the interactive, or who are just bystanding, watching another person doing their actor if they have something to do that teaches them about the legislative branch. We have the top sort of representation of votes, which are kind of like the cool, interesting piece that people might see from afar and be drawn in to discover what this is. What am I looking at here? This looks cool, which is denoted into legislative representative vote or final vote and popular vote, which those are, we'll get into a little bit more detail in a second on how those are interacted with on the touch screen. But below that, we have these voting pylons that are lit up. There's going to be light traveling up and down in reaction to votes. The attract loop state of this is going to have lights kind of flowing up and down and kind of waving around sort of to create intrigue and interest. And then the real meat of the learning is going to happen on the interactive screen, right? So that's going to be where the actual context for these voting subjects are going to be on. And then below that are these bright, beautiful buttons that are just really going to be a lot of fun to just push, right? So those are going to be how people vote, right? So it's going to be a lot of fun to just run up and, you know, give a good push to one of those buttons to cast your vote. And now we'll get into the details of we've already kind of gone over the approach and then the interaction, and there's going to be results that there's going to be a little additional information on. The sitemap, and then getting into the details of how this works. So again, as with all of the interactives, there's going to be a choice of subject matter or difficulty level. Those are not set in stone, but for now we're using these. They select one. It's going to give you the player option as well. Actually, it won't for this one, but it's going to show you how to play. It's going to say, you know, press the button below, yes or no to vote. And then that's when it brings you into the next screen, which is going to give you the initial prompt, right? It's going to say something to the effect of mental health is a major issue for many people. It can be a difficult problem to deal with. Should all students have access to mental health services, or something like that? You know, this is not the exact wording that we're going to use, but it's providing that initial ask of, you know, what do you think about this issue? And then prompting you to vote on one of the buttons below. You vote yes, it takes you to the next prompt where it's going to start to provide you with more information. It's going to give you the main, what we're trying to do with this is try and take complex issues and try to find a middle ground of not overly simplifying them, but providing just the right level of information to simulate a legislator receiving additional information or having additional context to make a more informed decision, right? So we want to put the visitors, the students in the shoes of a legislator who on its face, they might think one thing about a subject, but then when they're provided with the context and with the information that a legislator would be provided with, they might give a second thought to their vote. So something such as, did you consider by voting yes, taxes may increase, or something like that? And then they have a chance to change their vote. Now that you're more informed, select again. In this example, we're simulating that they selected yes. It takes you to the next screen.
So just
go ahead.
So what happens there? So you walk up, you pick a subject, it asks you what you think. You say, well, yeah, I'm in favor, and you tap yes. And then a layer of lights goes in the yes cylinder. So it just adds to the votes there, and the bottom dial quivers a little bit and moves towards the yes. And then it comes up, are you sure? Did you consider this? And it gives you this little bit more information. And then you get to vote again. Are you still yes, or are you no? And then, John, we go on to after that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. If you read that too quickly, could you go?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So did you consider as the question? Some people may be using the no or yes to answer that question, not thinking that they're voting again.
That's a good point. I think this question that asks them to vote again isn't big enough. It doesn't have the same weight. You're right. Yeah, that's a good point.
And Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
make sure that would you vote yes if your parents took your allowance away because your taxes were raised? If you drive these outcomes, you know, I mean, you could have something like to a third grader. Do you think that your family should have a new car every year? Yes. Okay. Do you think that you should always, you know, have free rides at the carnival at Frontier Days? Yes. You know, I mean, you know, I think when you get in and you're trying to use third and fourth graders to write policy for legislators, I just think that the legislators are going to have to figure out how to take it for what it's worth. Is that does the third grader actually understand what mental health is? Do they actually understand what mental health services are? You know, yeah, they think that their dog was having a bad day. You know, it's yeah, I think it's a bad spot to get information for legislative processes.
Yeah, and that's why we have these different levels of difficulty. So,
Yeah.
so a one that would be appropriate for that age group wouldn't be something as intense as that. It would be something that's more, and I do like the idea of sort of trying to put in language there that feels more relative to their lives.
Yeah.
As we put this in here, I think a high school student might get a better sense of what increased taxes mean, whereas a 7 or 9-year-old is gonna glaze over.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you tell that the treasurer, being a former senator, served many years on the appropriations committee?
But you know what would be kind of interesting is that for the hard one, you could say, are you smarter than a fifth grader? And
Go ahead.
And I think that's again where NCSL can add some value here, because that representative democracy in America initiative several years ago, we got some great lesson plans out of that, and it did exactly that. It would put kids in the role of legislators, and it would say, well, yeah, you want this, but did you know this is gonna cost something? So it kind of helps that nuanced understanding that the legislature also has to appropriate money for programs, and everything sounds great if you don't know there are implications to it. And so some of those NCSL resources, I think, can help inform how that develops.
right.
Okay, in the classroom.
Yeah,
the
that was that
thing.
classroom material.
I'm sure Senator Meyer
Yeah,
probably did
I
that
think
too.
you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys had other perspective.
Very good stuff.
So in this next example, so this next example is you still voted yes, even though taxes are gonna increase, and then it says, yeah, but that may increase funding to athletics at your high school. Is it still something you're in favor of? And then it starts to feel a little more real, and they're making an actual choice that impacts them. So things like that help to understand the nuances. But obviously, this is all placeholder content wise. We want to make sure we have a system and a device that helps them to understand that it's not just a yes and no, there's a lot more to it. And we'll give substance to that as we work with our friends at the, what are those initials? NC.
And Mr. Chairman, one of the things that actually does come up is well, do schools have to have the athletics that they do now? And should we be spending this much money on athletics or in the classroom or mental health or whatever? So that might be a question that you would ask them about, are you willing to give up your athletics? Yeah, so that's something that they understand.
Nigel, are we at a good?
Yeah, let me just make one more thing, and we can run for the horses. So this whole time, those little white layers in the cylinders have been going up and down. And the bottom needle has been going back and forth between yes and no. And then you lock in your final vote, and then the top needle moves to show where you land. So over the course of a day or whatever period you guys select, we can see how all the different student groups have moved their decision from when their first gut reaction to when they got informed. So you start to see that, most of them started with a yes, but they ended up no, or they stayed yes. Those type of things I think are really fascinating as people walk through the process.
I love the concept. Well, I just want to take 10 minutes to give everyone a chance to rest a little bit, catch your breath, and so we'll come back at about 15 after.
Sounds great.
And resume, okay?
Get it really in Bob's wheelhouse. It's like after they voted yes for all these things, you're up there and see.
Thank you all. Appreciate the enthusiasm and the opportunity to interact a little bit, but we better get back to work. We will run out of time in a hurry. So Nigel, take it away.
Yeah, we don't want to, the executive session wait. So we,
Yeah, I was like, time out, we have to go.
So we've gone through the second station, the public policy, the legislative station. Now we've moved to the next wall, the executive station. This is where we got a bit of a mini scavenger hunt. There's so many different departments. And when you talk to the average kid, they might think of the executive branch as just being about the governor, which is obviously not. There's so many more, the elected officials, all the different departments that help Wyoming run. So we want them to help people to understand what those different things do. So we thought an interesting way to do that would be to present them with a subject matter, have them explore the different departments to figure out who does what. So on the wall in that space are all these mini little doors, and on the front of the doors are these like stenciled gold letters, just like you'd find at the door in any department in this building that identify the department. You open the door on the inside, it's got a list of the different occupations that are involved there. So if kids are thinking out, do I want to be an architect? Is there a place for architects in the government? Then they can actually start to see things like that. But it also tells you what the department does. And it gives you the answer you need to go through this exercise that John's going to walk you through. This little game that we're going to have them play. Again, the graphic panels will help to flesh out that story, to fill in all the gaps on this information that we want people to take in as they move through. So this is kind of what it looks like. And we centered around sort of a faux executive desk. And we transformed the top of the desk into a touch screen. So that they can start to learn the lessons. We want them again, look over here, understand that the executive branch executes the laws and enforces law. But what does that mean? What laws, how do they relate to the different departments? How we help them understand that. This game that they'll play on here will help them to do that. They can access the doors here to find out more information. And then there's the drawers inside the desk will open up and reveal more clues and answers to their scavenger hunt. And I'm stealing John's thunder here. This is kind of cool. They'll have a series of questions to answer, and if they answer all, like John's like 3 questions or something like that.
3 questions.
Yeah. Then the safe pops open. It unlocks, and they can turn the wheel and open it, and there's a reward inside, which we haven't figured out quite what that is yet, but it's going to be cool. And just the idea of these kids being able to open the safe and look inside. So it's like getting access to all the resources that Wyoming has to offer, whether it's from one of these departments or just the fun of opening the safe at the end of this exercise. And I've left you with the mechanics of all this, John, and how it works.
No.
Do that, I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this kind of lays out where all the elements are. Again, graphic panels, executive desk, the doors and the drawers within the desk, and then the vault. And then the next frame, the next page is going to be talking about the overall experience. Like as Nigel said, there's going to be the approach, the intrigue at the vault, the desk. There's going to be an interaction on the touch table where there's going to be a series of questions, like we said, prompting you to go around and explore the space in a scavenger hunt style manner. And then there's the interior of the vaults where, it could be a really exciting historic artifact related to the executive branch. It could be a exciting digital opportunity there, where there's a video of the people there. It could be placing you in the shoes of another executive branch agency. There's a lot we could do there, but that answer could be one of the answers on the passport card as like the takeaway for this experience. But that's the overall kind of whole, that goal, that intrigue of opening the vault. The site map of what kind of copy, what kind of details are going to exist here. And then we get into the actual interface that's on the table. So they're met with the option of selecting amount of players and teams as usual, and then the selection of the difficulty or subject matter. And then they're given a really brief 3-part tutorial on what to do. And so you can see that there's, just to break down a little bit more, there's 2 sections of the screen. So this is going to be a multi-touch display. So it's going to allow for 2 teams or 2 players to play at the exact same time, to give it a little bit more competitive nature to it. Regardless of how many players, it's going to give you a 3-part process of look for clues, answer questions, and then open the vault. So that's the 3-step process. And then you're immediately met with question 1, which is going to be something related to the departments, the careers, the agencies, and what they do. You know, the difficulty of which is going to depend on the age group that they've selected, and it's going to be multiple choice. Everybody knows that. And so you're going to select an answer. Eventually, based on how many questions they get correct, which if they get all 3 correct, perfect. But if not, there will be a process of, if they get an incorrect question, it's going to present them with a different one, just to keep the interactive rolling. But then after they select the correct answer to all 3 questions, during that time, we expect them to be kind of going around and interacting with the doors and the drawers, because there's going to be direct references to those. So there's going to be some back and forth where people are on question 1, they step over to the left and then they see this door that they open up, they get the answer, they go back to the screen and then input their answer there. So after they've done that, it's going to allow them to unlock the vault. So they answer all 3 questions correct. It gives them the prompt that you've unlocked the vault. You know, go and open the vault to see what's inside. And that's going to be kind of that big reward that could be, like I said, something really exciting as far as an artifact or a fun experience. So yeah, it's just a real simple way of bringing in that information into this interactive in some sort of scavenger hunt style way. The interior of the drawers, for a little bit of detail, could have actual physical objects that are anchored down into the drawers. You know, it could be simulating the actual interior of a governor's desk, and you know what would be inside of there. Of course, folding in answers there too in relation to the questions on the display. But yeah, we think this is going to be a really fun one. I want to, you know, tinker around with this once we have a test going. So yeah, really fun stuff.
Has anybody done a escape room? Have we done an escape room?
Yeah, that's what I was
Where you're all,
thinking.
yeah, that's kind of the vibe we're looking for. Where it's
Exactly.
like- and they're all opening doors and yelling out answers, and they decide together, oh, it's this. And you're right, you go, yeah, that's kind of what we're hoping. So that's, any questions about the executive station?
So I have a question. You know, there are 98 agencies, right?
98.
98. But out of those, probably 20, 25 are significant that people would be interested in and that would fit a motif.
Okay.
So, and depending on how you take that, my other question is, this is the executive side. It is part of this component addressing the 5 electeds and the operations of essentially looking as a committee. So in what, you know, with 5 electeds, that they are on the committees that do the state building commission, that do the slip board and do some of the fundamental operations of the state on a committee basis. And you know, that was just kind of that's part of the construct in the Constitution, that it's committee. It's not, we don't have strong executive, we have really kind of moderate strength of executive government. But just that concept of committee versus what those 5 electeds do.
Yeah, the agencies, the elected officials, all are components in this. We're hoping to address all of them. Some of the complexity of how the committees work and stuff that will be expressed through the questions and answers and the actual written content itself as they play the game. So maybe an answer relates specifically to a committee, and they only find that out if they open a drawer, and it kind of gives you a clue that tells you that, so that then you can answer their question appropriately. Obviously, there's a lot to work through on the content itself, but I think the mechanics of the game allow for that.
Well, and you could have like the top drawers, could be the 5 electives or
Yes.
side drawers, and then on the screen on the table, they could dive into each one and what they do and how the committees work.
Yeah, yeah. That's another thing that we haven't talked about is when people answer things right, we don't want them just to go to the next thing. We want to have little pop-ups that sort of reinforce why they're right. What happened? I was talking to Senator Landon and Representative Tracy earlier is like on the voting thing, when at the end they voted through some sort of policy, why not pop up a thing that says, actually, 2 years ago, we voted on a very similar thing like this, and this is what happened, this is what influenced it, this is why it went through, this is why it didn't go through, and so that they can see that the exercise they went through has a very practical application, and it's part of Wyoming history now.
In part that, you mentioned that the governor does the laws, he does all the laws that are pertinent to him, but each top 5 elected official has statutory constitutional duties that are pertinent to that office. Where, the governor has some, I guess, there's administrative functions that the legislature has given the governor that's common to the different offices, but each office has different duties and responsibilities.
Well, and Treasurer Meyer, that was the reference I made earlier in the morning, where each of us wants to be careful to do a quick review of as we put things into content, let's make sure to be right.
Yeah, absolutely. Think proceed. All right, cool. Now, was there anything else you want to cover before we jump to the wheel? All right. Checks and balances station. This, I like this concept. I think it's going to be a powerful communication. We want to give visitors a clear grasp of how checks and balances are critical to the government progress and how branches work together. We're calling it the gear wall. If the Wyoming government is a machine, how do we know if it's working the way it should be? And the gear wall uses gears, these little knobbed wheels, to represent the different branches of government, people in government, agencies, actions, and different powers that these different groups have, to show how they all interact, and to show that if just some of the wheels are up there, it does nothing. It needs all those things contributing to the machine to make it work. And then we'll have graphic panels on there to support the story, and specifically talk about the judicial role in that, because we want to talk at some level about that, but we also want to encourage them to go to the Judicial Learning Center as well. So it's going to be kind of a balance there. We've hit all the other branches. We want to make sure we hit this branch without taking the thunder from the Judicial Learning Center, because they can have a really rich experience over there. So, John, you want to talk through how this transpires?
Sure. Yeah. So the initial introduction into this experience is going to be not necessarily with all the gears on that wheel. There's going to be these gears that are within the trough below that represent the choices that you can make within this interactive. So you walk up, you see this wheel representing the 3 branches, and you have a prompt on the display. It's going to talk about what this interactive is, what the call to action is, touch to start. You're going to start engaging with this. We have the Wyoming letters above. We have the actual gears and pegs, and then we have the unplaced gears and pegs below that visitors and students will be able to select and grab and put where they think they need to go. So as Nigel said, this is illustrating the concept of checks and balances and how things work together to create a certain outcome. So as somebody walks up, they are met with this call to action, like I said, and I think in the next slide, we talk about the three-step process of the approach, interaction, and results. So kind of like I just outlined, there will be a three-step process to this where as people interacting with the gears, they're going to be through trial and error and through inference and background knowledge, and through assistance through the display, they're going to be grabbing gears and putting them where they think it goes on the pegs, and then kind of inferring from the display and from the actual physics of it and how the gears interlock together, what the correct answer is. So somebody could just walk up and start trying stuff. And through the course of trying stuff, trying to put gears on pegs, they're going to learn, inadvertently, because they're going to be seeing that there's labels on the pegs and there's labels on the gears. So then they're going to be able to tell, okay, this gear that's big enough to touch this other gear, that must be correct because, and so on and so forth. And they're going to be able to kind of go back and forth between just the fun of, placing the gears on the pegs and then learning why that works. So, and then after that, they get the final result of the Wyoming letters above, which are going to be lit. They light up super bright, and they're gonna kind of like sputter to life as somebody's turning the gears, and that's like the final result of this, the reward of you're powering Wyoming, you're balancing Wyoming, and you're lighting it up, you're making everything work. So yeah, that's the idea there. So this is walking through the process of that progression of the sort of unaltered state of the initial circle with no gears placed on the pegs. Stage one is there's just a crank. The machine is divided into 3 branches, and obviously turning the crank has no effect. Maybe the light from the Wyoming letters kind of is flickering a little bit, but it's kind of evident that it's not really working. And just as a note, the final gear placement, engineering, the size and the number of gears is to be determined at a later engineering and design phase. So we're not thinking about, exact numbers here, but so the next portion of this is the screen is going to prompt the visitor to place the initial gears on the wall. So the primary roles within the functions of government. So state Supreme Court, governor, state legislator are the examples we're using right now as the anchors, right? The elements that are primary to the function of these branches. Again, turning the crank, it doesn't necessarily work. That's going to be simulated here. On to the next phase is when a lot of the detail comes into play, where you get prompts on the display kind of guiding you. Okay, maybe next we need to draft laws, or help fill in the gaps, or another instructive kind of guiding message to help create guidelines for this experience. But again, there's going to be the whole process of grabbing some gears and seeing where they fit and seeing what works. All the while, there's going to be kind of guidance on the display of what's happening and why they're working. So people will be filling the gears, getting them all to connect until the entire display is filled with these gears in the correct locations, and then you can turn the crank.
So what you can't really see on the screen here is that between each one of these pie pieces, between like the state Supreme Court and the governor, are like constitutionality or judicial and the agency appointments. Those are things that cross that barrier, or veto override or veto power, or constitutionality and drafting laws. So showing how each branch of the government relates to each other and how they check and balance each other out. And that helps to show how this machine is built.
Nigel,
Yeah.
question. That's very intriguing. I really like that. That's very cool. What is DI's experience in terms of pieces walking away from these types of exhibits?
Sure, I can answer that. It's something that is always something to consider. However, a lot of times we can combat that with size of the pieces. specifically something that's larger is gonna be a lot less
Harder to. put
yeah,
in
a
your
lot harder to
pocket.
put, exactly. That being said, we can also provide multiples if that is a real concern.
Backups.
Exactly, so you can kind of swap
I
out.
mean, it will
pieces.
happen.
It will.
Just
and-
depends
Yeah,
on how.
you put little batteries in them, so that when you walk through the doorway, they start blinking.
We can
Fuzzy.
certainly look into that.
Possible, yeah. And there's a lot here. Maybe we don't need that many. Maybe some of these wheels are combined ideas that come together. So like maybe you don't need veto and veto override. Maybe those are both on one wheel. That's a larger wheel.
Well, those are two different branches. So they. have
That
to
would
be-
cross the bisect between those two. But we'll figure out, we
Gotcha. Okay,
figure out what
Yeah.
the bridge is.
I love the concept.
I do too.
And Mr. Chairman, one thing we've talked to DI about, and again, I think NCSL can help here is, we don't want people to walk away to think that government only works if it's efficient. And there was discussion this morning even about the plaque and, you know, there's times where things stop and they stop for very good reasons. And so part of this gear exercise needs to communicate, it might light up because something was unconstitutional and the thing didn't go through, but that's still a win for Wyoming. Like, we always used to talk to students about, we'd say how a bill becomes a law, but it may be depending on which side of an issue you are on. It's an equally valid proposition for a bill to not become a law.
Yep.
So we need to kind of not have it be like, oh, everything's great if it works efficiently. Then we could just have a dictatorship. So we want them to understand that it's not always a good outcome because government would be efficient. It's a good outcome when we make sure things are constitutional and we make sure that the roles that are played are there for a very important purpose. So we'll need to kind of tweak that a little bit so that it isn't just that success means that everything went off without a hitch.
Yeah.
So I love that. I love that.
So for example, if the constitutional cog is not there, the light doesn't happen. So.
Good luck with coming up with that schematic. I suggested it ought to be brown, gold and something else, so we work on the state colors.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's good. I like that.
And what legislators will say is that it's always constitutional, every law is until you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to the Supreme Court and say that it isn't.
Are we potentially giving the impression to our students that most of the time this is broken? Like,
I don't think so. I think it's more like it takes a lot of
Work.
it is sort of a perfect storm, right? To pass a law.
yeah, no, I guess so I don't have an engineering brain, so I can sort of visualize myself as a young student. You can't, but I can. Looking at this being like, not my jam, walking away, it's too hard. Or it's like, I can't visualize how the pieces come together. So it must be a sign that this process, the system doesn't work. I mean, just the different learning styles.
Yeah.
I think maybe I'm being too pessimistic here.
No, I totally get what you're saying though.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we've talked about how do we add difficulty levels into this.
Right.
Maybe you don't need the full thing in for like the kindergarten level and it gets more complex. But I love the idea of a teacher standing in front of this wall and everything's on there, but there's a couple of things missing. And the kids are going, it won't freaking work, the light's not coming on. And they pull out the constitutional wheel and say, so this must be important, right? Where does this go? And then popping that on, the kid cranks the wheel and the light comes on and they start to see, well, yeah, it's a lot going on there, but it works and everything has a role and so forth. I love that dynamic.
Well, unfortunately, Wendy's right. Processes do take time and they are difficult. And a lot of, people, I try to remind them that I might have the number wrong, but I think it's about 27 steps that a bill has to clear in order to become law. 27 steps. All along the way, it can die on any one of those steps.
Yeah.
So it is hard. It is difficult. So, but how do you balance that with good thought represented? So.
And I don't know how you integrate this, But that's so, excuse me, that's so important to have that why aspect. So if that constitutional wheel, it's there, and it's there because it says yay or nay.
Yes, yeah.
And so the system works even if the bill doesn't become law, because this part of the Constitution is being honored.
Yeah. So the light shouldn't come on just when it says yes. The light should come on yes and no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the process has
It's
been
working.
honored.
That's working. Yeah. Cool. So. All right.
So have you made one of these before that does this?
Not precisely this, no.
But once again, I'd like to see other ones and see how they work. I'm just thinking of, because you've got gears there, so every peg you're putting on is going on to an hexagon essentially. The cranks and the, and I,
We'd have different axle shapes and sizes,
Right.
so that they could only fit on one particular, like, the old game of putting a square peg in a round hole. So that would help guide. We would use color guidance to align wheels so that, this is a yellow, it must go somewhere in the yellow field. And the pegs would be there all the time, so you'd know these are the options. But there's a lot to consider, like the finger pinching, making sure that we use the material that doesn't pinch little fingers that get in there. So there's silicone products and soft products that we can use to address those things. All stuff that we've worked with before and addressed in children's museums and things like that. So this is going to be unique to Wyoming. All the concepts we're showing you, they won't be able to go somewhere else and have the same thing. But they're built from parts of things that we know work.
well, that's my point, is that you've built them before for different contexts. So it'd be interesting to see those and see how they work.
Yeah, just excuse me, sorry. As a note, we have worked on a project that includes gears like this, so we could potentially send that as an example. But yeah, as Nigel said, we've worked on and done examples of pieces of this, but this is although this is completely unique, there are parts of this that we have done before, so we can certainly send examples of those.
All right. So that's the wheel. Gear wheel. Okay, let's keep moving. Oh, we've kind of talked through this, how this works. I encourage you as you're going through file stage to review this stuff to kind of walk through these steps and how that's how John already kind of walked you through this, but it'll help you to understand how it works. Historic voices. And just a reminder, this is the one that may live in the visitor center, but also may live in the vault. So we want to make sure we keep developing it. Right now, we think it works in this space effectively, but it could work just as well down in the vault. So that's we want to make sure we keep the ball moving though. Let's just read this. What if a visitor could hear the voices of Wyoming's history? Behind the door are unique historical perspectives on significant moments in Wyoming's history. The visitor knocks on the door. In actuality, it's a door-sized touchscreen, like a 98-inch, right, John? Something like that?
Yes.
And they select a story or a time period, and the door opens, reveals a character who seems to be from that story. It's an individual dressed in that kind of fashion of the day, and they share that story with you. And things are going on in the background. There are environmental things that put them in that space. Sounds that maybe they're on the bill of construction crew in 1888, and you hear the noise of stone being moved and cut. And I almost said tractors, obviously that's not. Horse and wagons or trains and things like that going on, and you hear that person telling the story, just a short 30-second story, and then they get called away and said, I've got to go now. Close the door. The pop-up menu shows up on the front of the door, and they get to select the next story from a different period. I keep going through everything that you're supposed to, I'm sorry. I get all the fun parts and then
No, not at all. Don't even worry about it. This is I'll fill in the details, as we go through, but you've been doing great.
Oh, just a note, sound's important here, right? Because if we're gonna have sound there, we want to make sure that it doesn't mess up the experience in that part of the room. So there's really good directional speakers that we can use. Some are even designed to work in with this tile system. that would live directly above that and focus the sound to someone just standing right, or a group just standing right in front of that door. So that's to me a bit important part of that. But it'll feel like it has depth when that door opens. And what I love in like the attract loop is the door could be closed and they kind of open a little bit every so often, and this face peeks out, closes again, opens and face peeks out. And you're gonna want to go knock on a freaking door and find out what's going on in there.
Yeah, it could be a squirrel, it could be buffalo.
Oh my gosh. So, but then you open and close the door, and every time you open it, you're in a different time period. Has anybody watched Howl's Moving Castle? No? Right. Watch that sometime. It's got a door like that. Maybe that's what this guy came from. I need to totally be in a field with buffalo going by.
You can tell the Chugwater story, you know, how the Native Americans ran the buffalo off the cliff. Yeah, there you go.
There is a temptation to take this way off the rails, and but we gotta film this stuff, so there's obviously gonna be some limits. Unless we're making a big old Hollywood thing and you found an extra budget we're not aware of. But yeah, there's some kind of magical things and moments that we can create for this that I think will go helpful. It's a dance with the wolves, you know. I get the buffalo scene in there. John, anything that I didn't cover that you want to cover?
No, you know, just you already mentioned how the attract loop is going to tease as the door kind of cracks open the time periods and the sights and the sounds from the 3 different stories that can be told here. So that adds a little bit of intrigue as you're walking by. You hear the sounds, and you're kind of tempted to touch the screen and begin the experience. Yeah, this is kind of outlining what we've already kind of talked about, and then the next few screens kind of talk through the details of what this could look like and function like. So obviously there'll need to be some sort of call to action to let people know that you touch the screen to start. And then that's when it kind of presents you with the different stories that you can select from. A little brief overview of what you're going to get, what you're going to experience here. So after somebody selects a story, one of those scenes that were teased during the attract loop as people are walking by, it's going to fully open up. So if you go to the next slide, it's going to open up the door, and it's going to present that scene where there's our featured speaker, right? Our featured character that's going to be of that time period, that they're going to tell you about that story, right? Whether it's, you know, about the initial construction of Wyoming, capital rather, or, you know, a story about Nellie or what have you. This character is going to walk you through, and they're going to walk through an environment, and there's going to be you know, a video of that and imagery related to that time period. And then after they're done recounting their story, the door closes again, and you get to select another story or continue on your way. So we expect this to be a very immersive, engaging experience. Really excited about what this could do, the kind of experience that this could bring, the memories that could be created with this. Just really, really cool experience to be had here.
All right. Awesome. How are we doing? Do you want to take a break now for lunch? Or any questions? I just jump right in there. Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess one thing we haven't done anything on crime and punishment, and I wonder if we're just gonna leave that out. Because that's kind of the underbelly of any state or any history, or whether we're just gonna, you know, keep it at this level.
I think there's some mention around that with the wheels and cogs, but the focus probably of those stories would be in the legislative learning center. I mean, the judicial learning center. As my experience there, it went through a number of those stories there.
Go through there. Okay, all right, fine.
Unless maybe you think differently.
I would actually defer to Madam Auditor, who was more familiar with that.
I
site
think
when she was
that-
at the-
Crime and punish, I mean, I don't think it's real strong featured in the Judicial Learning Center. It's really, I'm not sure if we would highlight it any more than it's a state agency, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure we would highlight it any more than, for example, the Department of Health. I guess my 2 cents is there's some really exciting and interesting history there. But you go to Rollins to get
Rollins
some of
or
that.
Laramie, the territorial
Yeah.
person, those ones there. I just didn't know. Those are tourist areas that I didn't know whether or not that would be segued into any of this area.
There would probably be a good opportunity though in all these drawers in the executive branch to do again a little
Definitely.
cross promotion with
Yes.
Amy Larson couldn't be here today, but she would probably love that opportunity that like if you pull open Department of Corrections, like, hey, there's careers in forensic science. And also, did you know you can visit historical prisons in
That's good, yeah.
Wyoming?
I am actually on.
Oh, did I speak for you appropriately?
You did it. Sorry, I'm up in the I'm at the hospital, so I've been in and out of the call. But yeah, there's great opportunity and we have great places. We tell the stories of the outlaws and we tell the stories of the justice systems. And of course, we'll use any cross promotion to send people to other places in the state.
But that tie-in is relevant because I do happen to know, again, as the parent of a just finished fourth grader, territorial prison, everybody gets hauled there. So they all have seen that. You know, kind of at generally the same year.
And our tourists love the Territorial Park Prison. Like that's one of their favorite stops in Wyoming.
So thank you, Amy, and please don't overexert or whatever. Thank you for listening in from the hospital.
I'm not in my aunt is in the hospital.
It's okay. Well, that gives me a little more comfort.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
thank you, and no, good points made on all fronts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fun to think of all this content. Yeah.
So that's the visitor center. I don't know about you, but I want to play with every one of those things. I'm kind
Yeah.
of giddy about this thing. I think it's
What will be your process to decide which stories you tell through the door?
that
That'll be part of our content
Yeah,
audit, is determining those stories. Which ones are the most relevant, which ones are the most engaging, and dive through that. So that'll be part of our typical kind of content batches.
Do we have, I know at the American Heritage Center, we have oral histories collected. I assume there's some at the State Museum with Big Library. In terms of actually using like audio instead of it being recreated.
Yeah.
Yeah, the state archives will hold most of the ones. We have a few. But then also the Wyoming Historical Society has a map with, they can point you to where oral histories are held throughout the state at smaller institutions and county museums and libraries. So there's a lot of resources out there.
no, see, that could be cool because our little actor could actually be sort of a host and introduce those like audio. That could be really cool. Yeah.
Sorry, are there any Teddy Roosevelt? I guess recordings or anybody that showed up?
I'm not aware of one off the top of my head. I'd have to look into it.
Okay, yeah, because you hear them about, speaking off the balcony. I didn't know if anybody ever recorded it.
Well, committee members, Nigel, thank you. That takes us to the end of the visitor center. And this is probably a good stopping point if we wanted to do lunch here.
So I was curious, Nigel, I think that's 5 stations, not 6. That's what I count.
Central
If you count
public
Oh,
policy.
I see the central. And then we really didn't talk anything other than historical discussions about the more history on the Capitol itself.
We're actually going to be talking a bit about that in the next after lunch. We have the timeline interactive where we talk in depth about the building and its construction and its history and how it relates to different significant historical moments. Which is why this historical voices was going to be originally on the garden level in the ball. Sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you short. Any questions or any further thoughts on the visitor center? We will go back into a little bit of wayfinding stuff after this. And so that's why I thought it might be a good time for us to grab a lunch, sit back down, and we'll just keep working. Sure.
All right, cool.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, absolutely.
I'm just curious why you decided to put public policy first, and I'm sorry if I missed that because I did have to step out a couple of times, as opposed to putting it after you discuss the 3 branches of government, and that you could then let's say what role they play in policy, but I don't know.
It's and part of the design of the room is that you can start anywhere in the room and there's good arguments for moving each branch to any wall, moving them back and forth. Part of it frankly is there's more real estate on this wall because we have a bigger story to tell and less real estate on this wall because there's a column in the way. So silly things like that play a role in that as well. But public policy, and Wendy could probably speak to better to this than I can, is it's in some ways the starting gun for everything that moves. Oh, was that a bad word to use?
Yeah, so part of the logic, we've kind of talked about this a lot, and again, I think you could end up there any way you want, but there's been a lot of research done on student engagement in government, and one of the issues is that generally speaking, they don't want to engage in government. They don't think it impacts their life. So the idea of the public policy wall is to say no, government does impact your life. Then the next question becomes, there's a lot of confusion over which level of government, as Jay was saying, you know, like, no, state can't fix your pothole. So like understanding for this exercise, we're talking state government, you know, so you're kind of putting them in the framework before they just go like, well, why should I learn about the legislative branch? They first have to know that these branches can help them and that there's a solution that can be found. And secondly, they need to know, well, which level of government should I engage with? And then third, we've established at that point it's state government. Third, well, which branch? Is this simply something that I need to call the Game and Fish Department? Or if I find out from the Game and Fish Department, well, the law would have to change, then you know. So that was kind of the concept, is you have to first create the disposition to understand these branches in theory, to care about them. And there's some research that, again, NCSL can kind of help with that through like Project Citizen and We the People programs that establish why you should care about public policy. Oh, the soup kitchen example. I always give the example of the soup kitchen, which is like, you know, the students volunteer at a much higher rate than adults. And I should say by students, also young adults volunteer, but they do not want to get involved in politics and government. They're turned off by it. So the idea of the soup kitchen is that they'll go serve soup at a homeless shelter, but they won't necessarily then engage about public policy solutions to reduce homelessness.
Much better.
All right, let's stop real quickly. Rihanna, if it's ready for everyone to grab a lunch, please do that. Come back to your seats, and once everybody gets settled back in, we'll keep grinding.
But you know. I
Yeah,
guess,
exactly.
and then-
Sorry, we've been chasing others,
I'm never gonna see
other
it,
things,
but
so, we can take it away. Everybody finish your lunch, but we've got to get moving. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the visitor center. But wait, there's more. We've got a few other tech things that we want to run by you, show you some wireframes, some site maps, and some UI UX for these additional parts of the building. This is like for them. This shouldn't take very long. A lot of these you've seen in some stage in the past, but this will help to flesh them out and get a sense of how they do. Simplest of all of these is the visitors check-in. It's going to be a tablet. This is a iPad, but doesn't have to be an iPad that allows the docent or the visitor themselves to check in depending on how you want to work that. It'll the option to include their name if they want, hometown, state, the number in the party, particularly for a tour, the country that they're from, because not everyone's from the US that can do it here, and even an optional element to include their email. There's stuff that we can consider for follow-up that might be beneficial, if it's to surveys to find out whether the visit worked for them or to share information about events. There's all sorts of opportunities if you have that email, which obviously would be optional. So that's kind of where we're going with that interface. Any questions?
So has this tablet, or is it a tablet down here when they come in?
It's right now, it's up in the docent's office, right? Well, it will be.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Representative Nicholas, currently there's just a laptop like this with a visitor sign in that captures all of this information except for email right now. And that visitor data helps us analyze how many visitors are coming to the Capitol, what are peak days, where they're from. The idea to add email is if we ever create kind of Capitol events or an email newsletter, we would have people's email addresses for those to be interested to start to learn about the Capitol. Right now, the State Museum does a really nice job of doing a monthly newsletter about events and kind of like cool donations to the museum. And so there could be something like that developed with the Capitol, giving kind of a history or an architectural detail along with Capitol events. So that's the idea of why we would start capturing email.
But we also offer an opt-in to receive emails from the museum.
Oh, yeah. that's a good idea.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So that that information could be shared to develop your guys' reach.
Yeah, I mean, right now we use Gov Delivery, and actually that's built into that system is when they sign up, they can choose. For us, it's just state parks and cultural resources, but if they want to know about, the state parks in the southeast region or the historic governor's mansion or whatever, they get the option to add all of that.
I love the thought that they get home and they get an email. I mean, maybe you get home and get an email from like the governor or something, says, thanks for coming. Timeline interactive. Talked about this a little while ago. The idea here is that we want the people to explore the history of the Capitol building, all the way from the dream of it to the reality, to its refurbishment, rejuvenation over the years, all the way to 2019. So the timeline would start around 1888 and finish around 2019. To cover that whole story. The focus will be on the building, but there's a lot more going on, obviously. So we want to tie in concurrent stories that relate to the building or relate to what's happened here in Cheyenne at the Capitol building that help to give context. And also historical events, like world events, just put markers in there so people get a sense of, oh, well, that happened around the same time as the Pearl Harbor or the same time as the any of these sort of significant markers to give people a sense of context. And then also a section that talks about significant people and how they relate to across time. So this is kind of the format. We've got the large touch screen here with an adjacent graphic panel that will sort of give an overview and a track loop on the large touch screen. all this. Jonah, I don't know if you want to walk through how this is built, or should we just keep going through? How do you want to address this?
We could kind of briefly touch upon how it's built, just to get an idea of the content that it would contain. So yeah, like we've shown you guys before, the sitemap outlines what kind of content can exist here. So as Nigel already said, we have building-centric content, people-centric events, and then world context, contextual event content. And then breaking down what each of those is going to contain, such as a title, body copy, photo, and video, things like that. So that's kind of what to expect from each entry and the kind of topics that they'll touch upon.
On the north or the west side of the.
Yeah. Urban level, yeah.
And have we decided which one to put it on? Because the one on the east side or south side, he needs power, some other.
Yeah, that is part of what we're exploring, where it can live based on its needs for power and data. There's a couple of walls that we've explored on either side of the passage that goes to the historic caretakers area. That side of the wall, which is the south side. I think where we've landed is in the west south of that wall. Am I describing that well? There's already power there, so we need to figure out whether or not we can pull data there or based on what we have there or not. So the track loop, this image in the background would change while you're there, would flow back and forth. It would probably have like 8 or 10 photos. And then there's the title of what the screen is and the invitation to engage. And the timeline we have this window into the timeline at any point. So you select down here where you want to look at, and this timeline would pop up, and it's this blue, dark blue wrap across the middle belly of the display with a little gold detail. And the historical sort of those landmark moments that helped you give context would be here. A larger story about the building and its structure, and any images that support that story or add interest to that story, and then the headline and copy that tell you that story about the building. Secondary content would be about the people and events. So you have a story about an individual or a group of individuals with a narrative copy next to it. A story about a particular event, and copy below that. And if you get a sense, let me pump down here so you can get a sense of how this timeline works out. There, that's it. So see how you're kind of looking at a window of a full timeline here that goes across from side to side. And you can just take your finger and move that timeline back and forth on the screen if you want to just go through time and see the building evolve. Or you can use the timeline at the bottom of the screen to pick a particular point in time that you want to explore. John, I've done it to you again. I think I've said everything. Is there anything you wanted to add?
No. I think, yeah, I think you've captured it. Great job.
Okay. I'm sorry, dude. I've got such an excellent group of people that have been working on this stuff, and I'm getting all the glory and honor. So I apologize to John and Art and all the other guys, people's back at the DI. So this is the same breakdown that we've talked before, how all the content is separated and designated in the different spots on the screen. Oh, this one, I love this one, dome drone.
Are there any questions on time?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, questions.
Question, Rob,
Timeline.
consideration. Good stuff. Yeah. Thank you, Nigel. Please proceed.
And for context, the timeline is right across from two niches, or what do you call those little holes in the wall? Niches that will be showing like actual artifacts from the original construction, and then also from the remodeling as well. So you'd be able to really give sort of substance and texture to the stories that you'll be reading on the timeline. I think that's kind of sweet. Lost my mouth.
I'm sorry for all the noise over here.
I've noted it in the record.
Why is everybody?
That wasn't appropriate. I apologize.
That's also noted.
Okay, when we first visited here, somebody, I don't remember who it was, got us to go up into the dome, and that was awesome. Except for all the steps and the scary angled heights, but it was fantastic that just to see inside the dome, because it's the bones of the building. And to be way up there, and all the signatures, I don't know who's been up there, but all these signatures from like 2 years ago and from hundreds of years ago. It's a phenomenal experience to go up there. But you can't send people up there. They have to sign some sort of waiver just to go up those stairs. And it would be a mess. So how do we get people to have that experience and to go up to the rotunda and enjoy that? So what if we fly a drone up into the dome, take footage, send it out the window and look back at the outside of the dome so they could see the gold leaf and all that awesomeness up there. I'm starting to talk like a high schooler.
I've always loved that concept, by the way. I think you brought that up very early in the process. I think it can really be good.
So it's lovely that it's starting to take shape. So instead of a site map, I thought this might be an easier way to understand how it works. We would actually love for it to start, the launch pad to start at the base of the rotunda, just sitting there on the black and white tile floor. And then it goes up, flies up straight in the middle of the rotunda, kind of stops in the middle, right where the 4 statues are, does it like 360, and then offers you, you want to learn about one of these 4? And you pick one of those and it flies a little closer to that one and it tells you about hope. And you go back to the middle and then it comes and tells you about courage or whatever you want to look at. Or you can choose to go further up and you go further up and you look at the ley lights and the awesome trompe l'oeil up around the top there. It's just gorgeous. So you learn a bit about the trompe l'oeil, you learn about the ley lights. And then through the magic of whatever, you fly through the glass up into the dome itself. And 4 is those big windows. So we give them a city view. We let them fly around and look through it, choose them 2 or 3 windows. They fly up to the window, they look through and you point out that's where the old governor's mansion is. This is where the botanical gardens are. So they can kind of get the framework of all this that makes up Cheyenne, as well as just the dome itself. Then you get a choice to fly up even further. You fly up to the next level with the little circular windows. And that's where you can start to look at the signatures. So it gives you some options there. It's kind of a choose your own adventure where you get to the little parking points and it gives you visually on the screen which way do you want to fly next. And you feel like you're controlling it to fly over to look at these signatures and learn about the contractor that signed his name up there or the person that proposed. There's a marriage proposal on one of them I saw. So stuff like that is kind of fun, right? And you get the option to fly out one of those round windows and turn around and look at the gold leaf up above the screen. Awesome, right? That's not the weird supposed to then. You are going to like this now. So obviously we feel good about it. Let's John, you want to help walk through how these are broken down? This is like the initial screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so this is the initial screen where this is kind of the attract loop where it kind of gives you an idea of what you're about to do, what you're getting, the call to action in the form of touch to fly, and then the title of the interactive. You touch to fly, and it's going to take you to the next screen where it gives you a brief overview of what this interactive is. You explore the dome. It's going to give you a brief outline, a brief description of how to use this, what it is, and then the obvious call to action on the bottom right-ish, where there's going to be selected direction to fly. The launch pad is the area where that's the area that you're at. So the current space is we're denoting the launch pad for this purpose. And then the next areas that you can go to on the bottom right. So you can see the navigation starts to lay in to the bottom side where we have numbered components that are elements of the space that you can just tab over to. So if you don't want to try to navigate with the arrows to fly, you can just click on one of the numbers and it's going to take you to that area. And then on the bottom right, it's going to show you the next few areas that you'll be going to. So you're on the statues now, but the next area is the ley lights and signatures. So it kind of gives you an all-in-one sort of interface to kind of know where you're at, what you're going to do, and what you can do as far as interface is concerned. And then for certain areas that we have access to 360 content, we will feature a 360 view for particular areas. So this is an obvious one where you'll have full autonomy to kind of move the camera around and to kind of look at the entire area and kind of click and drag around and look 360. So.
And then you got these little hotspots. So suggest there's something you can fly to or learn about as well.
So this is breaking down how that process might play out. So you have in the initial top left, you have kind of looking at the trompe l'oeil detail. You might navigate over to the interior of the dome in the next panel where it's going to fly over. Maybe this one's also a 360 view where you can rotate around and look throughout. You can either use the numbers below or the arrows to fly to other areas of interest, or the hotspot, information word bubbles that you see there. So any of those can allow you to navigate through this entire area. And then when you actually select on one of those information bubbles, it's going to bring up a caption that describes a little bit more about what you're looking at. So if you're talking about a specific signature within the dome or another key piece of information, it's going to provide you with some context for what you're looking at to get a little bit more full, richer experience. And then here we break down for the purposes of developing content, what each of these sections contain. So headline, subhead, closed caption, and then the next sort of deal there with the headlines and body copy. And this is going to help a lot once we start getting to the content side of things and breaking down what should actually exist, as far as content within any of these interactives.
That's the dome drum. Any questions? Thoughts?
If we allow it, I think that might hang some students up for a while, but I think it'll be pretty fun.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking it might be useful to house and the exterior of that room at some point. We can make it available to high schools so that they can send the program so that people who don't get down to the Capitol can basically have a 10 or 15-minute video of the state capitol with a presentation. Why we're flying the drone.
And we're actually working with the NCLS. Did I get it right?
Mr. Chairman, NCSL actually just coincidentally is doing a 50-state, both still photography, videography, and drone footage of a very similar concept that they want to put on their website and make available to states. So it coincided well, and they've already done some of the work about the clearances needed for drone footage. So we think we can partner there as well. And then our shot list is likely in addition to what they were going to already get, but if they're going to be on site anyway, we offered to DI that we think we could just kill two birds with one stone there. And the concept of doing the offering material to schools who can't come here, as you all may recall, when you first started on this endeavor, was a goal of yours for the student groups that can't come down about what type of collateral materials you could provide to schools.
Oh, and just to be clear, we're calling it the dome drone, but we wouldn't be using a drone for all the footage. Some places are too close quarters and we don't want any accidental bumps, right? So there's steady cams and other cameras that we can use on those smaller spaces. You'll feel like you're flying a drone, but with a whole motion kind of feel to it, but. All right. Any other questions?
Did we get any drone footage when the Capitol was under construction? I thought there was some.
Let's see.
I think there was.
I think there's one shot. There may have been a couple shots when Herschler was open, so we can check into that.
The Constitutional Interactive, and this happens in the Supreme Court. We're actually creating this element between the witness stand and the dais. That's the arched. Is that what you call it, a dais? That's what it's on. And so it would live there in that space, not high, so it wouldn't distract attention, but there for when the space is open to the public, so they can explore the Constitution through the exhibit of an actual replica adjacent to an interactive that they can learn more from the space. So this gives you a sense of what that might look like in the space with the display, the vitrine, just a nice, beautiful, elegant wood framed vitrine for the replica to live in, with a touchscreen to the right of it that allows you to dive into the Constitution in depth, to do some comparisons, perhaps possibly to other state constitutions, to look at the firsts of the Wyoming state constitution, like suffrage and ownership of water rights, things like that, and then to look at significant passages, so you can explore those, to compare the handwritten script of the original Constitution to the text print, so they can get a sense of how that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm thinking of, some of the interesting lawsuits or whatever, Supreme Court decisions that are out there that are Wyoming Supreme Court, and so you might kind of scroll through some of those and see if any of that speaks your attention.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Those are similar things in the Judicial Review Center. They've got various decisions over time, significant decisions.
Maybe one or two, and then have it say for further cases, visit the Supreme Court Judicial Center.
So, John, you want to walk us through how this is developing?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have the site map that, like always, like the previous iterations, has the breakdown of what's contained here. So we have, and this is our understanding of what the important key points are. Now we may, after revising this with your team and after we all review, things like this can adjust, of course. This is kind of what we're looking at as some cool ways to feature elements of the Constitution. So we have firsts, so things that are first, right? Women's suffrage obviously is one of those key components there for Wyoming. We have highlights, and then we have compare and contrast, where, sorry, just step back to highlights, not to just assume that the obvious is there, but highlights that are important points to bring about to feature that the Constitution contains. And then down to compare and contrast, where we can compare articles of the Constitution with the US Constitution and how they differ if we so wish to do that. And then just exploring the Constitution to be able to dive into little piece of information that just kind of are seemingly mundane, but they could be really important pieces of information or interesting pieces of the Constitution. And each of these are going to have a title, a description, and a highlighted section, an image gallery, depending on the content. So, and then the next few slides, we're going to explore what that might feel like. So, you might have this menu that pops up with all of the 4 subcategories that you can explore. So you kind of know what you're looking at. When you select on Wyoming firsts, you're gonna be able to tab through some of the first things that Wyoming as a government did in their Constitution. And then same with highlights and compare and contrast, read and explore So the intention is making it very intuitive and easy to use so that anybody can just walk up and start playing around with it. And then this is an example of how we might overlay the menu on top of a depiction of the Constitution with a menu button on the bottom being kind of your anchor point. So that's going to be your touch here on the left. And then it's going to be your overall control as you go through the experience. So you can see as you get to the section on the far right, you have, you know, how many pages are left as you tab through, and you can go back to the menu, which is the center panel where you can close the menu and then just kind of go back to the beginning. So a lot of information packed here. So we want to make the navigation as simple as possible so that it's really easy to dive in for as long as you would like and to get as much information as you would like, and then to easily dive back out and then come back again to learn more, because there's so much to learn here. So
That makes sense. We didn't want this to be too ooh and ah in the look and feel and tech part. We wanted to pull that back and let the Constitution itself be the hero. So that the first thing you can do is just flip the pages. And then if you want, tap that menu and, oh, we can dive into these specific stories. But we just wanted people to feel like it's a document that you can read and engage with at the first level.
Mr. Chairman. So some of the really interesting things in the Constitution is actually the testimony, you know, of the people who wrote the Constitution. So that kind of gets into why you got, you know, the words that are in the Constitution and the decisions that were made when it was written. I think there's one that there was an issue about whether or not that you could have what we have now is a permanent mineral trust fund, and whether you're going to be able to have you know, basically that taxation model clear back in the 1890s, and we didn't get it till, gosh, when did we put the PMTF in the 70s?
72.
Yeah. So there's some just interesting things as far as some different historical perspectives and the different conversations that the framers had.
Yeah, I love the idea of incorporating the voices of Wyomingians. Wyomingites. Yeah, to make it feel real and human.
Yeah.
So it gives you another sense of how this thing might look.
Read Dave Friedenthal's book, the paradox of plenty. It has the different aspects in there in that the Constitution.
yeah, so this is more of how this is functioning, the separate elements of the user experience, the user interface. This is the version where the display is adjacent to the actual Constitution display. So it'd be its own menu that would not overlay over the Constitution. That would just kind of be its own screen. So yeah, more of the same kind of content as we previously went over, just kind of highlighting how it can all be featured and displayed. But yeah, a lot to discuss here as far as content, and we intend on this to provide a nice framework to continue to the next phase of the conversation about this, and to ensure that all the content that we want featured is featured. So this is acting as kind of like a foundational basis from which to build off of and establish and start to finalize content and what we're featuring here. So
on the screen where you have the actual Constitution, would you have the ability to enlarge it? So for folks that have a hard time reading it.
I think there could be. So this particular build, the physical copy of the Constitution, you would not be able to enlarge the physical copy on the left there, but you could take snippets of the Constitution. It would expand that out and kind of be more legible for anybody to read. And that's part of why we're doing this as well. So to be able to feature that smaller content on the Constitution that you have to flip through to see we're going to be able to expand that and put that on a highly legible display there on the right. So.
So, and then since we're developing this for that chamber, then it seems smart to use the same interactive experience in the visitor center in the backside of that central.
I really like the format and the pullouts. I think that's really nice and will be very usable. I'm wondering, I got some input that would it be useful to maybe have a notation as to how the Constitution gets changed? Because we talk a lot about laws everywhere else, and so maybe just another bar, like how we might, because it does.
Yeah, one of the states where you can't change, the vote of the people can't change the Constitution. You can change laws, but California, you can change the Constitution. No, it's only through the legislative process that you can actually change the Constitution.
In Wyoming.
Yeah.
And then water
Yeah.
laws probably
Yeah.
a significant one. And then we did find, I'll have to ask Kevin to refresh my memory, but Elwood Mead is kind of like the god of water law in Wyoming, and we found some sort of artifact with his name on it during the project. Do you remember what that was? So we might be able to reference that to down in the Elwood Mead, and we can send you some info on that.
Yeah, he did everywhere from California to Colorado to Wyoming to all the western states. Pretty much he has his fingerprints on most water law.
Isn't there like a Lake Mead?
Yeah, it's probably in New Denver.
All right. And that is the completion of the tech element.
Yeah, right, that's right. That's dune buggies and ghost towns. That's exactly right.
Guns and stuff that you.
So that covers all the tech elements in the visitor center. You're all up to date on those now. Appreciate your attention. We've some more things to cover, but I've had a lot of fun sharing with you. We really look forward to your responses. All this document is up on file stage already, I believe. So take your time with that and let us know your thoughts on all the different parts and extra ideas that you have, and make that making this thing better. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Nigel.
Thank you.
Just real quickly, Nigel, before I forget, what's really fun to sit here and think about on content is that you go back as far as you want to with Wyoming. For our younger audience, our young students, the representative and I were talking about the fact that you could go back to the fact that Wyoming has the most amazing dinosaur finds in the world. Maybe it's the #1 site in the world for the excavation of dinosaurs. So, you could take them back to the dinosaur days. But you could also take them back to the days of the trappers, who were the first non-indigenous people to arrive in Wyoming.
Yeah.
And that was back in 1830, I think, right about then.
Yeah, Bridger, Fremont.
Anyway, really, really fun stuff. So I just didn't want to forget to mention that, the representative to my left over there talked about the buffalo coming at you. Well, actually, we know how important the buffalo was to the indigenous people, and so there's lots of things we can do on content.
And that's actually part of the content we're exploring on the garden level. It's some of the things you just talked about.
There you go.
I know we're in a rush, but like all of this is really exciting. I think about like the right to hunt, trap, and fish in our Constitution.
Oh, yeah.
I can't imagine that that's duplicated in a whole lot of other states.
Huh.
Like it is a constitutional right to hunt, trap, and fish. Here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. There's a tie-in to.
With AK-47s or whatever you want.
Or your bare hand.
Your bare hand. That's right. Louis died.
Anything else, committee, before Nigel continues on? Please proceed. Next up, I think is wayfinding. Nigel, so please take it away.
Before that, we have a quick update on content.
Content, my fault. Let's back up one.
Oh, sure, take this off. Yeah, thank you. So thank you all very, very much for your input on the first two batches of content. We've received some of those feedback pieces back, and we're reviewing them currently. We did want to take just based off of a few initial comments that we've seen, we wanted to elaborate a little bit on that style guide, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. So from an initial perspective, we had developed a style guide for the project that helps kind of set parameters and boundaries and limitations on the writing style associated. So that being said, we took a couple of initial batches and wrote according to that original style guide, which incorporated a lower grade level of reading. And then in that process, our wonderful Wyoming core team was able to say, hey, maybe we don't want to write to a lower grade level perspective. We want to broaden that and open that up a little bit more. So now we've kind of raised that grade level writing style requirement to allow for use of more in-depth adjectives, things like that. So based off of some of those initial comments, I just wanted to kind of elaborate on how we got to the style guide today. But after that, one of the reasons we were able to determine that was that we thought that mostly when younger students would come in, they would be coming through as a student group, would be led by a docent. So for the most part, we were writing originally to a lower grade level to accommodate those younger students, but then in realizing how we might tour students more through the capital with a docent perspective, they wouldn't necessarily be stopping at every single panel and reading that. So that's why one of the reasons we opted to incorporate a higher level of reading. So anything to add to that, Wendy or Rihanna?
Mr. Chairman, I think that is something that'll be important as we go through is that, one of the things is how do you liven the writing up? Well, it does then equate to that higher reading level, but that most of the people who are doing self-guided tours are people who are just walking in off the street as families or tour buses, where when we have student groups, they start here, they'll go to this visitor center when it's done, and they'll go on a guided tour. So I know that was one of the questions about the reading level, but for the most part, students won't be walking in just off the street on their own unless they're coming with their families. But then some of the interactive kiosks, which is design you will see later, is going to be geared towards an even lower student level, some of the scavenger hunt ideas. So the idea is that there's parts and pieces throughout this whole project to appeal to a lot of different people. And I think for a while, early on in the project, it was really focused on 4th through 12th grade. And we're meeting the needs of the 4th through 12th graders through guided tours, as well as this visitor center experience. But then we're able to meet the needs of lots of other types of visitors on these static panels that really are maybe to be more engaging, the reading level might need to go up a little bit. So, and I know Department of Ed, I see Superintendent Degenfelder on there. I know that was something that Department of Ed was really good about going through and bringing up, and your comfort level with that. If the tours are for student groups are guided, if that alleviates those concerns.
I think it does. Thank you.
Well, as Trish said, thank you so much for all the time and effort you put into the first two batches that were shown. We are also looking at batch 3, using some of the learnings of the feedback that's come up, reviewing that with the core team, and we are currently in development of batch 4. So thank you very much. We want to really make sure that the content and stories are really worth the great efforts you've put into remodeling this great building. So there'll be more work that's coming, but wanted to show gratitude and appreciation for all the work and effort you have put into getting us to this place.
Still a lift to be done there for sure. That's where the rubber hits the road, and
yes,
appreciate you knowing that it's really important. We when we roll it out, that's obviously gonna be what people are gonna see and read. And So let's, every one of us, do what we can to lean into it. Thanks for those who have weighed in and continue to do that, please. So Nigel, back to you.
Wayfinding, okay. Speaking of thankful for waiting in, the that message schedule was a beast. And you guys took it on. I appreciate that beyond measure. It's been a beast for us too, going through it as well, getting it all right. And that's the update right now, is that we're going through the process of adjusting all the different locations and message schedule. In fact, when we're packing back up to here, we're gonna be wandering around the building, taking some photos, getting Ian, who's our lead on this, to set the information he needs to finish up the wayfinding message schedule. So we're working on that next. We're also working on refining the size of the signs. So the feedback we got from you was the signs were too big. So we're working on a revision on that to address those. And then finally preparing for the walkthrough on July 19th. Said confidence, where we'll actually be hanging up sort of smaller versions of all the signs throughout the building, so that you can actually walk around, we'll walk around as a team, and you'll be able to see, is this sign where it should be? Is it pointing at what it should be pointing? Is it working the way it should be working? As well as creating some full scale sort of foam core kind of models of a few of those signs, so you get a really good sense of how much space it's going to take, how it will look within the space. So
the other feedback that we received in a deliverable that DI will provide is you will no longer have to read a Excel spreadsheet with all of that signage language that they will produce. It won't be the size of the sign, but on either 8.5 by 11 or 11 by 14, we'll have to figure out the size where you will actually see each sign type and what it actually says. So you can also read it as if it's a sign, even if it's not the actual mock-up.
So it'll be great. We'll be able to walk through, we'll be able to make decisions in place right there and make progress. And I think they're going to hang up for a little while after that, so people can spend a little more time where they need to make sure things are working. We probably won't hang outside for long, but for the interior, yeah. So and that obviously will include Herschel Building as well, where we have the most concerns for navigation, as well as the Capitol proper and the extension. So that's where we're at with the wayfinding. Get your walking boots on for the 19th. It should be a full but helpful day, especially to us, hopefully to you as well. That's my updates. We got budget, schedule, and acoustics to come.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Please continue. No, that's great. I'm looking around to see if there's any comments or questions, and there aren't.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
As you can tell, we get very excited about the work. From a budget and schedule standpoint, we are having a schedule workshop tomorrow with the core team. Looking through how we are getting the batches, making sure that we're being very efficient as we work up front, but also from a production standpoint, what would be efficient in the back end as well. So that continues to be something that we want to refine and get better and better at, get faster in certain areas that we can get faster at, make sure that we pause and are making sure we're giving enough time for quality assurance as well. So more updates to come on scheduling after our workshop tomorrow.
And then any questions? We're all doing it.
Please continue. Absolutely.
And from a budget perspective, you all might remember we reviewed that ROM budget last time at our last subcommittee meeting. So after we take your feedback from the visitor center and some of the technology components that we reviewed today, we'll do our next round of another additional budget exercise. So we'll be able to speak specifically to some of the holds, especially for the visitor center. So that will be happening very shortly after we receive your next round of feedback.
Any questions on that front? Anything you'd like to add to that?
Mr. Chairman, this might be some housekeeping items at the end of the meeting, but the subcommittee will have until July 11th to provide that next round of feedback, and that's what DI will use to revise the ROM costs.
On the document.
On the document you're reviewing today, that's open in file stage.
Okay, so please be aware of that, and thank you, subcommittee members, for logging on, doing due diligence there. So. Okay.
I think it's acoustics. All right, this is the last.
So, Mr. Chair, so we did receive the final acoustics report with all the engineers' findings and recommendations that should have went out to everybody on the subcommittee. If you have a chance to take a look at that, was a well-done report. And if you would like, we can try to set up a meeting with Avant. If you guys have any questions or anything like that, just let us know and we'll get that meeting set up. As far as next step, I have a meeting with Avant, I think on the 7th. We're going to talk about kind of the next phase of this. We are also developing an RFQ to select an architect to work with on the acoustic design. So we'll be hiring an architect and Avant and to help us kind of through that next design phase of the project. So
just I guess this is kind of housekeeping, but is there an adequate budget in place in your mind that we can proceed? Hopefully it wasn't all up front and just, consulting work. We hope that we can implement some things.
oh, and we're hopeful as well. I mean, we do have a budget that we're gonna have to work with. And I guess the question I do have is does this subcommittee provide oversight, I guess, for that process?
I believe we do.
Okay.
I've always thought so, and I'm getting ahead to.
And Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, that appropriation is tied to oversight by this subcommittee.
Thank you for that. Thanks. No, I think, I've said this a couple of times, but I think, that was very important to the legislative branch. There was a lot of passion behind that one. So I think there's a lot of interest in the work you're doing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So questions?
So I got a chuckle out of the improper use of desktop loudspeaker.
Yeah.
They turn them up so loud that everyone that has good hearing turns them over because they're too loud. That's why they're flipped over.
You're right.
Including mine.
And Mr. Chair, Representative Nicholas, Avant is also going to come on board to help us kind of through some of those AV challenges as well. So we can hopefully get all that dialed in as part of this project. So, yeah.
Well, and there's lots of it. I mean, there are lots of questions that this thing raises and what the possibilities are and what the costs are, so.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, it's kind of two, for anyone who's gotten a chance to kind of look at the report, there's kind of two parallel tracks. There's sound reinforcement, which is your AV systems, and then there's the treatment on walls and ceilings and rugs and all those things that absorb sound. But one of the things that CMD is going to get going on with Avant is basically a peer review of our AV system, because some of those recommendations were related to some really technical things in the system. And so you want to make sure that that system is fine-tuned and running as it is intended to be, and then knowing the impact of that. And then what you have to do to building finishes to address the other side of the coin.
Appreciate that. Okay. All right. Anything further on the acoustic front? Thanks for that update. Appreciate it. Nigel, back to you.
That was the last thing on my agenda. Are we missing anything? And somehow we are 35 minutes ahead of schedule. Should I not say that?
That is extremely well done. That just doesn't happen. No, that's it's always a lot of fun, and you start really getting excited, at least for me. I think of I've got a little grandboy that's 2 years old, and he's gonna benefit one of these days from all of the work we're doing, and can't wait for him to come down here and see it when it's done.
Well, you guys have been lovely people. It's been a pleasure to work on this stuff. So thank you for that. We've enjoyed it. It's been hard work, but we've enjoyed it. And
It has been
we're proud
hard
of
work.
where we're at. Good way to go.
You know, Nigel, that's what I was saying to somebody earlier today. if you've renovated something at your house or any project you've ever done, some of the hardest work you do is the little pieces of finish out. You know, and so we've got to push ahead of us, but if we just stay diligent, keep after it, I think it'll be really fun the day that we get to unveil this. So,
Mr. Chairman, my thing on renovating houses has always been, which contractor is gonna be my third contractor, because the first two didn't do it.
That's right. And if it's done by yourself, there's no frame on the door.
Yeah.
Because the door works, right? I mean, it's find the way it is.
Hold on drywall.
Well, thank you, DI, for all of your efforts, and thanks for being here and listening to suggestions or comments, reminiscences. Anything else, committee, for DI? And we will allow you guys to get wrapped up. You're welcome to be in the room, but we've got another couple of things that were alluded to this morning that we want to return to and visit about real quickly. So thank you. Your work is done and ours continues here for a few more minutes. Committee, I want to return to this morning's topic, and then we'll have some other housekeeping things that we would want to make sure we cover before we leave today. So real quickly, let's go back to the presentation. I think it was job this morning, catching us up on some of the work that you did. We talked about some motions or some thoughts about where we would go from here. And in the end, so I would open it up for comment or suggestions, retain any motions that somebody might have.
So,
Go ahead, Representative.
Chairman, I think it would be useful if we could have Kevin or whomever give us kind of the specific directive that we received from, I think it was from the SBC. So to make sure that we frame any motion that is consistent with what our instructions were and exactly what was passed over to us. Is that
I think that's
feasible?
a good caution, Representative. I can only think back and interpret what I heard that day, and we were in the big room next door. And
I think we got help that just appeared on the screen.
yeah, so by golly, we sure did. Suzanne, we've been missing you here in person, but welcome.
I've been here listening.
Suzanne, can you give us any thoughts about what exactly was that request that was made by SBC to this stuff?
I apologize. Do we think this happened in April? We do, don't we?
Yes. So there's, just to kind of remember back to this morning, there is the motion that is being alluded to by the representative, but there were a couple of other things that I thought were relevant and something we might want to do. One is just the idea of a curator's position. That could be, quite frankly, I would suggest that a motion to encourage the two chairmen of this subcommittee to draft a memo with the help of our staff to suggest a curator position and send it to our appropriations committee. That would be the route that I would go.
Mr. Co-Chair, I would agree, because I think making a recommendation to SBC is not harmful, but we don't appropriate, and so we're maybe asking the wrong parent.
I'm looking down at the chairman of appropriations, but it just seems to me like, Representative, that that if the subcommittee agrees that that's something that makes sense for us to recommend for future consideration, a memo would be hopefully well received and you
Yeah,
can take it under
I
advisement.
think I was kind of going down that same path. To me, the question is, following up, Kevin, on your report that we had this time that breaks down who does what and who's responsible for what and how you share those responsibilities all under the wing of the State Museum type of thing. To know what this curator would do, where he'd be housed, who he would work for, what responsibilities he would have, or she, and the need for it, and the cost for it, and just put all that into a memo and kind of a full update on it and break it down into detail. I think we probably need that information first to really then determine, is this something we really want to recommend or not? Obviously, you've got to sell up this committee, you got to sell appropriations and then everybody else on it. So we just need to understand the need. I think a lot better.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I want to be aware of the process. When the museum goes to the budget, to the governor and ask it to be included in their budget. Isn't that the first step?
We certainly can go on a parallel track and do that. Treasurer Meyer, having been on appropriation,
Yeah,
he knows that that comes to appropriation.
I mean, I'll certainly run the governor's office whenever I can, but I don't think his agency should. You know? So,
Well,
I just saying,
I think that what we
That
might,
goes for legislature.
just to kind of put the ribbon on this package, I think I appreciate the chairman explaining what I think is a really good suggestion. Kevin, if you could go to work on that for us and give us as much depth as you can and foundation for the request, then I think that co-chairman and I could certainly draft a letter. We could take it up at the meeting on the 19th as a subcommittee and either vote it up or vote it down. If we feel strongly enough that that's a position we think ought to exist in the future, we could send a memo to our appropriations committee. And we could send a parallel memo to the governor's office explaining that we have already approached the appropriations committee and would hope for the support from the governor's office, for example. Does that make sense? Two separate forms of communication because we represent both branches.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming your director is supportive of this, is that right? I don't want to make assumptions, but I would assume that, or is aware of it.
Mr. Chair, Madam Co-Chair, I believe so. I think one of the challenges is that it is not absolutely crystal clear that this currently falls under the State Museum's purview. I think that's why this has come to the subcommittee, is perhaps guidance from the subcommittee to say, we believe that for the capital, this position is necessary, and we believe that this is the correct place for the position to live. I think that's why it hasn't necessarily been incorporated into the museum's budget or request to this point.
Kevin, I think that could be part of what you give some thought to for us as we come forward on the 19th. Do you feel like you can put something together by then to kind of give us an idea and let us know where you think it probably belongs, and if it needs to be a separate entity, please suggest that. But does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So, go ahead.
And just in terms of timing, with obviously this being the time where agencies are building their budgets, one of our discussions was if this position is created, it would be nice to have it come along board with, as you're doing the installation and everything. So that was part of the discussions when we internally started talking about the policies and what it would take to actually administer this. Is that once everything's in the building, if you were already here and understood it, that might be helpful for the learning curve versus it coming in at a say next year's budget process. So that was part of the discussion as well.
So in other words, would this coming March be soon enough to begin the search for somebody? And I mean, by then, our hope is that these some of these exhibits will exist and be coming our way, right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Well, so that takes care of, the third motion that we talked about this morning. We have a couple of other issues that, is Suzanne still on board, hopefully?
I am here. I'm not finding the language or the notes being captured yet in our minutes. To reference directly, I do recall that Representative Nicholas asked for a summary of all the plaques from DAR and also plaques that have been considered mounted, demounted over time.
I think that's a different meeting, Suzanne.
Suzanne, I sent you the overview that I sent to Secretary Gray that explains.
That is right.
That happened at the April subcommittee meeting, and then the actions that happened at the April SBC meeting, and then what happened at the May exhibit meeting. And it's the summary and of the recommendations by both bodies and the request. So that sums it up nicely.
So Rihanna.
You are right.
As Suzanne looks for that, can you give us,
Did you say?
just a general thought as to
I can send it to you too.
what did the governor ask of us that day on behalf of the SBC?
So if you all, Mr. Chairman, and yeah.
Yeah, I
members
think
of the
that's what he
committee.
said. Can you figure this out?
Yeah, if you remember correctly, very similar to today's meeting, the governor moved public comment up to the beginning of the SBC meeting. Ms. Lindsay presented her request to the members of SBC. Discussions were had about the challenges of this specific request, given everything that you've discussed at great length. And that's when Treasurer Meyer also shared his idea about this ring of honor, path of honor, where could this live? And kind of where the discussion landed with SBC. And Suzanne, correct me if I'm wrong, but the governor had asked that the exhibit and wayfinding subcommittee develop a draft artwork and exhibit policy for members of the SBC to take up, and then if needed, management council. And kicked it back to you. And then in May, we met, the exhibit and wayfinding committee met. We had received again kind of an update, and we said, we'll work on it. And that's where we are today, where you received kind of an update on here, all the policies exist. This is what works in the policies. This is what needs to be developed in the policies. And then in the meantime, here's maybe a temporary solution and some long-term solutions. So that's where we landed.
So Rihanna, thank you. That's really helpful, and hopefully everyone kind of remembers that's how we got to this discussion today. That to my thinking, didn't really have a hard and fast deadline to get that back. The only timeliness piece resides in another motion that we might want to consider. This one related to the policy itself. I would think that, I don't know if we need a motion today, but I would entertain one to say, I think we ought to encourage Kevin and those who have been working with him to continue to draft something, to get it to a stage where we can take a look, because we're going to have to boil items out of a couple of different documents. It's going to be representative of two different branches and two different, as Treasurer Meyer pointed out this morning, we've got areas here in the Capitol that belong to both entities. So we almost have to draft a framework that we can go to work on. Don't we, subcommittee? I mean, that feels like.
I think maybe something, if we're gonna do it outside, Mr. Chairman, which I think is a proposal that you guys were thinking about, is that it could be as simple as saying is that we have a policy that we are not going to have any memorials, plaques, or anything within the areas of the Capitol grounds, which are not are controlled by both the legislative and executive branch, but shall reside outside of areas within the Capitol complex, which are underneath the supervision and control of the SBC. So that gives us the sensitive areas are, in this building where we are, and the grounds around this building. That's where the real sensitive areas,
I
I guess,
think
because you have joint jurisdiction, so that's why I'm saying that that's the real sensitive.
It, Treasurer, thank you. I think that could certainly be considered and included in whatever the development of this thing is. It, you know, a primary concern is to at least get something structurally that we can continue to work on. And Madam Co-Chairman, my thought is, once we get a skeletal framework of a document, I think a couple of the executive branch folks, a couple of the legislative branch folks could then take a document like that, flesh it out, or make the changes necessary. And then when we get it to a point that the subcommittee is comfortable with, we can take it on up to the SBC. Does that seem like a problem to you,
Mr.
Madam?
Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So that we're just talking again about the Capitol building and grounds. So this is not including, say, the Barrett building. We're just referencing what's referred to in the statutes 9-5-106. Would that be accurate?
So Superintendent, for the most part, yes, but in offline conversations today, Representative Nicholas and I were comparing notes from that date back about 6 years. And honestly, we need an ongoing policy with regard to the Capitol complex, which is a 6 or 8 block area. That's maybe not something, I'm not sure how we approach that, to be honest, but.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, that just is limited at this point to the Capitol Square, basically. Even though the recommendation that we heard about this morning would put that plaque across the street. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Mr. Chairman, there's the statute that the superintendent referenced is a statute that requires the SBC develop a master plan for the Capitol complex. And there is a working group subset of the master plan or of the SBC that's tasked with working on the master plan. We are having our second meeting on Thursday. And so what might make sense is for this subcommittee to take the recommendation or a recommendation of some sort to consider Kevin's, the work that we're proposing Kevin compile, along with the idea of locating the DAR plaque on the Barrett building, whether it's a indefinite until some other plan is developed or a temporary that allows them to have the celebration that they're seeking. But in my mind, that SBC working group would touch this next.
That's helpful as well, Suzanne. So I think
So, Mr. Chairman, our recommendation would be to the SBC working group to consider these and the governor, or in the SBC, or
I think
through the SBC, because that would be, then the SBC would, I guess, refer to the working group, or what's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I
Let me
think you're
follow up on that.
spot on. Go ahead, Representative.
Who is on the SBC working group? I've seen notices of it, but I haven't.
The governor is the chair. Auditor Racinus is the other SBC member, Senator Pappas, and I believe Representative Walters.
Yes, that's correct.
Walters.
Walters. And Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Treasurer, I think, and again, anything coming out of this is just a recommendation, but I think the thought process is today is, we need a document to start with before we can even think about who we're recommending it to or what it says. We got to have something that we can start throwing darts at. So I think that the way I read, the proposed motion is Kevin and friends draft away, and then we'll get out our red pens, and then we'll say, oh, that's not gonna work, or, oh, I like this concept, or you know, that sort of thing. So I don't think today we would recommend any policy yet to any body. So that, I think that piece can be discussed later, but I think maybe the action today is say, yeah, go, this committee has been given clear direction to come up with something, right? And we can flesh out those details later.
And Madam Auditor, I think that's exactly right. And so then if we can come up with a document in the meantime, I think it's appropriate that Suzanne, I hope that you would share with that working group that we've been tasked with trying to begin the development of this policy, and we'll be sharing it with them when the time is appropriate as we go along or whatever. But it feels like to me, subcommittee, we need to keep moving on that.
Yeah.
front.
Can I just jump in? So you may recall that this committee, when it was formulated, the first time that the bill was brought for them, it was defeated. It failed in the Senate side. But the original construct was for the purpose of basically establishing a executive and legislative branch entity that would then basically do exactly that for the Capitol complex area, and work on that master plan. And so that dates back, going back almost 8 years ago, that was supposed to be the concept after we kind of finished as the next guidepost of the Capitol complex. And I'll just give you an example of what we could have prevented. If you take that lovely little statue of Esther Hobart Morris is now in front of the Supreme Court building. It was put there by the city. They went to the Supreme Court and they literally did not have, they didn't want it, but they couldn't say no. And, but, you know, and it's kind of a continuation of the various little statuettes that are up and down the city of Cheyenne. But it's, to me, and to the members of the Supreme Court, it is not a quality demarcation of the Capitol grounds. And the Supreme Court building is on the Capitol grounds. And so that's the type of thing that hopefully we can at least have the ability to address before it shows up. And have a decision-making process that allows us to basically have quality artwork in places where, you know, and the idea that you've got one right there and then another one right there, you know, in our basement. It just doesn't make logistical sense either, nor that in fact it's in front of the Supreme Court. But those are just things that we need to.
That is a great foundation for the third conversation. What I'm inclined to do now is to look around the room and say, we've got a little motion in front of us to encourage Kevin, your working group to proceed to a draft of a policy that might work. Is that a motion that everyone supports?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think that in that motion or what we're talking about, I do think we need to differentiate between if we're talking the whole Capitol grounds versus specific, because to me, I would say actually when I read, you know, the language from that bill in 2021, this subcommittee that we're in right now was created to jointly oversee development of the design plans, construction, and interpretive exhibits and wayfinding of the Capitol extension, and the Hirschler building. And so I don't know, to me, if that includes the entire Capitol complex. And so I want to make sure in whatever we're doing moving forward, and knowing that SBC will have a July meeting, and you know, I'm sure there will be a discussion of whether we vote on this Barrett building proposal. I'm trying to make sure that these are split where it makes sense. So anyway, for what it's worth.
Superintendent, I think that's a really good caution. The only thing that changed what you just described is the task that was given to us by the SBC, in the words of the governor, who said, take this and develop it. Well, by its very nature, as the representative pointed out, it begins to spill over into the entire complex. But knowing that going in, Kevin, you're gonna run into that, and then we'll have to decide as a subcommittee in the editing process or wherever we want to go with this.
Mr. Chairman,
We'll take it up, but
I think this subcommittee is getting mission creep from the standpoint of that we can talk about what this has, we have authority to talk about irrespective of what the governor asked us to do. He can only ask us to do things within our statutory authority. He can't ask us to do things outside of our statutory authority. And to that extent, I'm not sure what the statutory authority that you have. I mean, from my perspective as a member of the SBC, could you, like, where we're looking at is enough and meat on the bone, as the auditor said, is to throw some darts at it. So, and I think as far as I'm concerned is that this central capital thing that you guys, that we have authority over, that's out of bounds. I don't believe that we're going to get a consensus to put anything, you know, within the Capitol or on the outside of the Capitol. I think we will end up being able to get some consensus to put something around the Barrett building, you know. And I think what we need to do is look at is try to guide anything that comes up is some kind of a sketch, diagram, a mock-up, or whatever you would want to characterize it of two options, one north and one south of the Barrett building, as far as where we could put essentially a pathway of honor. And that's what I would like to get out of whatever is going to come forward. Because I think that's where we're distilled down to that area.
well,
And then we can take a look at that and say, yeah, this makes sense on a temporary or a permanent basis. But then we can jump off from there. But I don't want to get away from it.
well, sure.
I don't want to talk about a bill that didn't even pass as far as it actually has some standing in our discussion.
Sure, I get, and Treasurer, thank you. That's actually the third motion that I'm gonna talk about here in a minute.
Okay.
That all goes to that. But I would just say that, well, we'll get to that in just a moment, if that's okay, and I think point's well taken. Are we good with the motion? Let's,
Mr. Chairman, I think there might be
Not
some
yet.
help for the
Let's keep
motion
going.
for
Okay,
you.
what do we got?
Because I think part of this leads from your first motion about what you would like us as staff to develop for a draft policy for what is the Capitol Square, which is the jurisdiction of this subcommittee, and it does not go beyond that. So within that, if your first motion is directed to the idea that you would like us to pursue aggregating some of these policies for your consideration, I think one of the things that we do need direction from, and it doesn't even have to be in the form of the motion, it can just be, yes, please continue to pursue this. And that is one, based on what Kevin mentioned, is do you agree that we should continue to pursue that the museum would be the collections agent and we would use those policies? Two, do you want the direction that the Capitol itself would not take anything for permanent display, for the reasons that one, and this could be included in the policy, the justification is that these places have been identified already as the art gallery, as the composite display, as the exhibit display. Here are the finishes of why we don't permanently affix. If that is the direction you would like us to take, we kind of need that direction to start that out as the impetus for the policy that then aggregates existing criteria for artwork, what could be rotated. And then what naturally falls out of that is then this is the frustration of folks who come and say, well, you're telling me you can't tell me, and you're telling me you can't tell me, is then to just simply as a body who can only make recommendation. And even this policy, when you fully flesh it out, will be a recommendation to SBC and Management Council. But what you can say now, in the interest of time, for folks who are looking for an answer, is to say, we don't have jurisdiction as this subcommittee beyond the Capitol Square, but our recommendation to SBC, because it's not appropriate to display plaques in the building for all the reasons listed, is we would recommend you pursue this path of honor idea, and that is in SBC's jurisdiction. if it would go to the master planning subcommittee, we would caution you based on our work and our experience to think through criteria and long-term impacts. And you can certainly recommend all day long. And I think that's a way to separate out what your jurisdiction is versus why you have had to, why Miss Lindsay has kind of been sent to many different places because nobody's sure where to send her. So I think you're helpful to actually say to SBC, we're working on the policy. The policy guts of it so far, we don't think it's appropriate to display in the Capitol. But we think this concept of a path of honor would be appropriate. We hope you SBC pursue it through your committees.
Does everybody understand that?
Sorry, that word.
That is exactly what we're talking about. Okay, so are we okay with that? Yes. Now, is everybody in favor of the motion? Okay, that motion passes.
Is that, but does that accomplish both of those things?
It does not.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now,
just draft
The
policy.
third piece of this gets over into the discussion that the representative and the treasurer have been talking about, and that is, where's our jurisdiction? I hope that we have enough jurisdiction that we can make a suggestion. But as the treasurer points out, we don't have any business over on the Barrett property. Other than to say to somebody, this is what the subcommittee believes should happen, and that is what we talked about this morning from the Daughters of the American Revolution, who have asked us to consider this plaque. Well, we're not going to consider it for the Capitol Square, but we can make a recommendation to someone else that they position it over there where a future Ring of Fame or a walk that we talked about could be, with the understanding that it very likely will be moved in the future because we've got a museum that's going to be constructed. That's a separate motion, you guys. I'm advocating that we do that because I'm not interested in generating another headline from a group that is passionate about this plaque. We indicated that might be an answer to develop something on the outside grounds, at least in a temporary spot, so that they could have an answer by this next month. Okay, it makes sense to me, and I think our subcommittee could make that recommendation, knowing that we have all kinds of work to do on the Capitol complex. The working group will run into this. They're working on it right now. We know that we're going to have to probably have some combination effort of legislators and the executive branch to pull that all together. But in the meantime, let's try to help a group that came to us in a semi-temporary way.
And Mr. Chairman,
So go ahead.
make that motion, and I would note, I know that the lines of authority are fuzzy, but at the end of the day, we can only make recommendations anyway, so.
Right.
But I would also note that SBC and the master plan working group and have all told this committee to take this up for what it's worth. And additionally, this committee has evolved. Acoustics was never here on day one. And so that there is the lines that there absolutely has been creep, but I think mostly appropriate creep. So Mr. Chairman, I would make that motion and I'm happy to restate it.
I'd second, Mr. Chairman.
clarity,
I think it's do the suggestion, but I think add some of the cautions that Representative Nicholas wanted in there as far as, getting some parameters that you can actually look at and say, well, yeah, that makes sense or it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, good stuff, Treasurer. I appreciate that. And Superintendent Degenfelder, does that make sense to you as well?
100%. Thank you.
Okay, good deal. And Suzanne, does that make sense?
Yes.
Appreciate you both. And committee, further thoughts? Are we okay then with the third motion, which is essentially to move forward with a recommendation to the SBC that not going to be here in the building. It needs to be elsewhere, and this is where we would suggest.
Yep.
Yep.
And then I think we'll have an opportunity based on your work, Devin, to make some recommendations to the subcommittee of the SBC or the SBC regarding the entire complex. Because we do have to work on the 8 block area, so. Okay, all in favor of that motion, please say aye. Okay.
Aye.
Oh. Okay, we're. Motion passes. Okay, further considerations for today. I'm
Miss-
looking over at Rihanna.
Next meeting.
Yep, next meetings.
Things like future date consideration, and other words that we would continue.
All right, yeah. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, so first and foremost, the file speed presentation that you saw today has been uploaded to file stage. Your feedback is due by July 11th on the presentation today. So that's your first, I think, bit of homework between now and then. The next meeting is July 19th. DI will be on site. We'll be doing a big wayfinding walk, so plan for a full 8 hours that day. For looking at all the signs, marking up the signs, maybe discussing, are they in the right placement? Really facilitating a thorough wayfinding mock-up experience. And then the other confirmed dates that we have as a committee is August 23rd, September 26th, and October 19th. I would
Can you
like
do that one more time?
Yep. August 23rd, September 26th, and October 19th. And I've sent out appointments on your calendar, so they should be holding. Those are confirmed. I would like, for the purposes of today's meeting, to get a November and January meeting scheduled. We can always cancel it. It's a lot harder to try to fit a meeting in. As you've seen today, there's still lots of work every month to get before you, to get things into the next stage. So the dates that we're looking at for November would be the 28th, the 29th, or the 30th. November.
Okay, well, we'll probably miss the 26th. I don't know. When is it gonna be in the afternoon?
Well, I spoke with Marissa yesterday about your schedule and thought maybe you could do a half a day depending on the agenda.
Yeah, if it's in the afternoon, I feel like 7:15 to 12:30 on that.
Yeah, we'll have on
On the 28th?
On the 26th?
No, we're not looking.
That's a Sunday. No,
But you're talking September.
Correct,
You're on the 26th?
correct.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. I got that. I can do the afternoon.
Yeah, no, I talked to your scheduler yesterday. She said you'd be
But you were specifically asking about November and December,
November and January.
or November and
We
January.
would take December off due to our appropriations members on the committee. There's just not a good time with other commitments, but we need an early January meeting before appropriations goes back in before the budget hearings.
Okay,
So
so
November 28th or 29th or 30th.
I currently have any of those, free on all of those.
I think I can, that's the only week I've got in November. That's
They knew.
November is
Representative
like
Nicholas.
somebody hit it with a shotgun.
I did. I've been looking and balancing everybody's calendars. I don't know, Superintendent or Representative Nicholas, Treasurer Meyer.
Sorry, can you just list them all? I think I maybe missed one. Can you just list them one more time?
November 28th, 29th, or the 30th. Is there one date that you would prefer?
Afternoon at the 28th, and I've got 29th and 30th open then.
I'm fine either 29th or 30th.
You're flying on the 29th?
I'm fine.
Nobody's fine.
Oh, fine, fine. I know you're normal. Okay. 29th or 30th, Superintendent, did you have a preference?
I don't think so. Not seeing any.
Yeah, I'm really on those. So
Okay. And then January 3rd,
29th,
okay, 29th.
just pick it there.
Okay. And then January 3rd, 4th, or 5th.
These gonna be half day, all day.
Well, for the purposes, it'd be best to hold the whole day, and then if we have to go 6 hours or half day, I'd like you to hold it on your calendar. I don't know. that
I'd probably
long.
prefer the 5th, but understand other calendars as well.
yeah, I 4th or 5th would be better.
Okay.
Just in case for elsewhere.
Yeah, I'd rather do the fifth, just because it's the extension of New Year, so.
Okay, well, we will hold November 29th and January 5th.
Golf course in Texas.
The only month we don't get to see each other is December, but we'll take 1 month off and continue.
We got the fifth, we got a slip briefing at 3 p.m. I do.
November 29th.
It's just a brief.
Yeah. Yeah, they schedule us, it's not, I mean, yeah, 'cause, you know,
Brianna, did you say that you have already sent all those other placeholders?
Yes, I have.
They are not showing on my calendar, and I know that we talked that you have to accept them.
what is it, that's December the 5th.
You
You want January?
Yeah, and Rihanna, if you can check mine as well, because I didn't have today's in there until pretty recently as well.
I think one of maybe the differences with Google and maybe executive partners, Wayne, I think you may have to accept it to show up on your calendar.
And I do think it's a Google Microsoft glitch, but when I received the one for today, it didn't have an accept button, but the one for the 19th did.
Okay, I will look into it, and resend those if necessary. And send the November and January ones out.
Okay,
Sorry for the hassle.
okay, thanks for the schedule stuff. So, Rihanna, what else? Are you good?
Yeah, everybody wear your walking shoes.
Okay,
You write down.
and that's on the 19th, everyone. Wendy, final thoughts? Anything we missed?
Make a decision on this. We do agree with them.
Madam Co-Chairman? Are we good?
Okay, excellent. We always do this.
You need to get on the road.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, everybody. You're on yours.
Go back to
Really appreciate every one of you. Kevin,
Absolutely.
appreciate you guys.